It is late. The room is quiet, in the way rooms get quiet only after midnight, when the last sound from outside has faded and the only thing left is the slight hum of something electrical and the weight of your own stillness. You have been here before. This hour, this ceiling, this particular quality of darkness that is neither restful nor alarming, just present, like a companion who does not speak. Carl Jung spent decades in rooms like this one, not always at night, but in a particular quality of attention that belongs to the night, turned inward, listening to what the ordinary daylight drowned out. What he found there was not what he expected, and it was not what most people who quote him today remember to mention. Here is the truth that few people notice. Jung is remembered as the man who mapped the unconscious, the shadow, the archetypes, the collective memory that lives beneath the individual mind. And he did map those things, carefully, over decades, across thousands of patients and hundreds of his own dark nights. But the deeper warning, the one woven through almost everything he wrote, was not about darkness, it was about narrowness. Not the shadow you refuse to face, not the wound you carry from childhood, not the archetype rising unbidden through a dream. The warning was simpler than that and harder. It was this: the most dangerous thing is not what you have lost, it is what you have decided you no longer need. James Hollis, a Jungian analyst who spent 40 years studying what Jung built, wrote that most people do not collapse under the weight of their difficulties. They collapse under the weight of their solutions, the careful, sensible, self-protective arrangements they made in their 20s that quietly became a prison by their 50s. Jung said something similar, differently. He noticed that the patients who came to him in crisis were rarely people who had failed. They were often people who had succeeded. They had built a life, a coherent, functional, socially legible life. And somewhere in the building of it, they had cut something off. A part of themselves too inconvenient, too strange, too soft, or too fierce to fit the structure they were constructing. And the part they cut off did not disappear. It went somewhere else. Let your shoulders drop for a moment. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Nothing in this hour asks anything of you. You are simply here, in the dark, listening. The word Jung used for this, for the narrowing of a life down to what is manageable and acceptable and safe, was one-sidedness. It sounds almost too simple for a Swiss psychiatrist who wrote 20 volumes. But Jung was not always the complicated thinker the academic world sometimes makes him. He was, at his best, a man who watched very carefully and then said what he saw. What he saw was this: the psyche, the whole of who you are, including the parts you have never met, does not accept amputation. It compensates. When one side of a person grows too dominant, the other side does not wither. It intensifies. It finds a way back. Through symptoms, through dreams, through the eruption of feeling at the worst possible moment, through the body when the mind has stopped listening. This is the idea we will spend tonight with. Not the shadow exactly, though the shadow will appear. Not archetypes exactly, though the archetypes will speak. Tonight is about the quieter, less dramatic, more consequential truth that Jung returned to again and again across his long life. The psyche seeks wholeness, not happiness, not comfort, not success, wholeness. And if you will not pursue it consciously, it will pursue you. There are three things to hold gently as we begin. First, that Jung left behind a warning that most people who study him never find. We will reach it. Second, that there are two kinds of one-sidedness, and the second one is harder to see. We will name them both. Third, that the body has always known something the mind has been too busy to hear. Tonight, we listen. Let the room be quiet around you. Something shifts here. Chapter 2. Jung and the Hidden Warning. Carl Gustav Jung was born in 1875 inches, a small Swiss village called Keswil on the southern shore of Lake Constance. His father was a rural pastor. His mother was a complicated woman, warm in the daylight, and, by Jung's own account, someone different at night, strange, larger, speaking from a place he could not quite locate in the person he knew by day. He wrote about this later. He said, "She seemed to have two personalities, one that was tender and concerned with ordinary life, one that was archaic and impersonal, speaking truths that felt older than she was." It is possible that this early experience, learning before the age of reason that the person in front of you contains more than they show, shaped everything that followed. Jung was trained as a psychiatrist in Zurich in the early 1900s, at a time when psychiatry was still working out what it was. He worked at the Bergholzli Hospital under Eugen Bleuler, who coined the term schizophrenia. He used word association experiments to probe what he called complexes, clusters of emotionally charged material that interrupted a person's smooth thinking and revealed, without permission, what lay beneath. He met Sigmund Freud in Vienna in 1907. The meeting lasted 13 hours. They talked through the night. Freud later called Jung his crown prince, the man who would carry psychoanalysis beyond Vienna into the broader world. For 6 years, they were close. Colleagues, correspondents, travelers together to America in 1909, where they both received honorary degrees from Clark University in Massachusetts, and then the break. By 1912, the two men were diverging. Freud believed the unconscious was primarily a repository of repressed wishes. Dark, sexual, infantile, dangerous. Jung believed it was something larger, something not purely personal. He began speaking of a collective unconscious, a deeper layer beneath the individual, containing patterns and images shared across all human beings, regardless of time or culture. Freud was not interested. The break came in stages, becoming final by 1913. Jung later described those years as the most disorienting of his life. He had lost his most important professional relationship. He was beginning to hear what he feared might be psychosis, voices, visions, eruptions of imagery he could not explain. What he did with that experience is the hidden warning. He did not suppress it. He did not diagnose himself and seek treatment. He did not reach for a framework that would make the experience manageable and familiar. He listened. He wrote down what he heard. He drew the images. He talked to the figures that appeared in his imagination and recorded what they said. The result was a manuscript he called Liber Novus, the Red Book. He showed it to almost no one for the rest of his life. It was published only in 2009, nearly 50 years after his death. What does this have to do with the hidden warning? This. Jung underwent deliberately, terrifyingly, over several years, the experience of making himself less one-sided. He was one of the most disciplined intellectuals of his century. A doctor, a scientist, a systematic thinker, and he spent years deliberately allowing the non-rational parts of himself, the imagery, the feeling, the symbolic life of the deep psyche to speak. He did not abandon reason. He brought reason into conversation with what reason alone could not reach. The warning he derived from this is not a gentle one, though we will receive it gently tonight. It is this: the most educated person in the room is often the most one-sided, not because education makes you worse, because education is, by design, a sustained investment in one mode of knowing. The analytical mind grows stronger. And as it grows stronger, something older and less articulate, something that knows through image, through body, through the language of dream and symbol, gets left behind. The people who came to Jung in crisis were not, as a rule, the uneducated. They were often his peers, physicians, lawyers, engineers, people who had spent decades cultivating one extraordinary faculty and quietly starving all the rest. Notice your breath. Let it settle. You do not need to do anything with what you are hearing. The warning is not about intelligence. It is about completeness. And most people who could hear it are also the people most likely to explain it away. We return to this later. For now, a name: 1913, Zurich, Jung's study. A man sitting alone with something he cannot explain, choosing to listen instead of diagnose. That choice is what the rest of his life was built on. Chapter 3. The unconscious was never the whole story. There is a popular version of Jung that circulates in books and podcasts and self-help summaries. In this version, the central message is: explore your unconscious. Do shadow work. Integrate the parts of yourself you have rejected. Become whole. This is not wrong. But it is incomplete, and the incompleteness is itself a form of one-sidedness. Because Jung did not only say, go deeper, he also said, be careful how deep you go and why. The unconscious, in Jung's understanding, was not a place you visit like a museum and return from enriched. It was a living system, autonomous, purposeful, and, when approached without the corresponding growth of consciousness, dangerous. He wrote this in 1928 in a short book called The Relations Between the Ego and the Unconscious. The argument he made was careful and almost counterintuitive. He said that inflation of the unconscious, the state where a person becomes so identified with the archetypes and images from the depths, was as dangerous as the inflation of the ego that modern people worried about. In other words, you could fall into the unconscious as surely as you could become imprisoned in the ego, and the fall into the unconscious was, in some ways, harder to recognize, because it arrived dressed in the language of depth and authenticity and inner truth. Marie-Louise von Franz understood this. She was Jung's closest collaborator and perhaps the most precise thinker of the Jungian tradition. She spent decades working with people who had become, as she put it, inflated by the archetype. People who had touched something real in the unconscious and then decided that this made them special, chosen, uniquely in contact with truth. The paradox she identified, the very thing meant to heal the one-sidedness of the ego, could become a new one-sidedness. Instead of being lost in the persona, a person could become lost in the self, in the imagery, in the feeling that they had finally, truly seen behind the curtain. Von Franz described a woman she worked with in Zurich in the 1960s. The woman had come originally for mild anxiety, a nagging sense of disconnection from her own life. In the early sessions, the work went well. She began noticing her dreams. Symbols appeared that seemed meaningful. She experienced moments of clarity that felt, she said, like lights coming on in a dark house. And then, gradually, she stopped maintaining her ordinary life. The marriage, which had been strained but functional, was abandoned. Her children, teenagers at the time, were told that she had found herself and needed space. She moved into a small apartment near the lake and spent her days reading Jung and writing in journals. Von Franz said this to her, plainly and without cruelty. "You have traded one half-life for another. You were sleeping in the persona. Now you are sleeping in the archetype." Jung asked for something harder than either. He asked you to carry both. The sentence is worth sitting with. He asked you to carry both. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Notice that you are breathing. The room holds you without asking anything in return. This is the corrective to the popular version of Jung. The goal was never to escape the ordinary world into the depths. The goal was consciousness, the kind that could move between the surface and the depths without losing itself in either. Erich Neumann, a Jungian analyst who wrote The Origins and History of Consciousness in 1949, argued that this was the central task of what he called ego development, not the dissolution of the ego, not its triumph, its maturation. An ego strong enough to encounter the unconscious without being overwhelmed by it, and humble enough to know that it does not contain the whole of who it is. The tension between ego and unconscious, between the organized daylight self and the older, darker, more comprehensive ground beneath it was not a problem to solve. It was the engine of psychological life. Remove the tension by fully suppressing one side or fully surrendering to the other, and the engine stops. This is what nobody in the popular summaries tends to say. The unconscious was never the whole story. Consciousness was never the whole story. The story, the only story Jung was really telling across those 20 volumes and 40 years of clinical work, was about the conversation between them. A conversation most of us are too busy to hear. Chapter 4, What Nobody Talks About. In 1961, a few weeks before his death, Carl Jung gave his last interview. He was 85 years old. He sat in the garden of his house in Kusnacht, on the shore of Lake Zurich, where he had lived for most of his adult life. The stones of the lake wall were familiar to him. He had built parts of the tower at Bollingen with his own hands. He had carved inscriptions into rock. He had grown old looking at water. The interviewer asked him what he considered the most urgent psychological problem of his time. Jung did not mention the shadow. He did not mention the unconscious. He did not mention archetypes or individuation or the collective memory of the species. He said one-sidedness. He said that modern people had developed one function of the psyche, the rational, the analytical, the technological, to an extraordinary degree, and that the corresponding functions, the feeling, the intuitive, the symbolic, the relational, had been left behind. Not destroyed, left behind. Like a child, you stop bringing to the table because the conversations were now adult. This is what nobody talks about. Not because it is unknown. The interview is archived. The transcript exists. Scholars have read it. But it does not travel as well as face your shadow or become your authentic self. It is too quiet, too structural, too much like a diagnosis you cannot treat by going on a retreat. Because what Jung was describing is not a personal failure. It is a civilizational posture. A whole culture turned across several centuries toward one mode of knowing and away from others. And individuals born into that culture absorb it before they are old enough to notice what they have absorbed. William James, the American philosopher and psychologist, noticed something similar 30 years before Jung named it. Writing in 1,902 inches, The Varieties of Religious Experience, James observed that Western psychology had become expert at the first half of mental life, at analysis, at classification, at mapping what the mind does when it is working correctly, and almost entirely silent about the second half, about meaning, about the felt sense of being alive, about what happens in the psyche when analysis has done its work and still something aches. James and Jung never met, but they were watching the same narrowing from different sides of the Atlantic. In 1934, Jung delivered a lecture at the Institute for Social Research in Zurich. In it, he said something that is almost never quoted. He said that the task of psychological development was not to make a person more capable, not to increase their productivity or their functioning or their ability to meet the demands of modern life. The task was to return a person to the full range of their own psyche, which in many cases required actively giving back what civilization had asked them to sacrifice. Let that settle. Giving back what civilization had asked them to sacrifice. He was not talking about breaking social norms or burning down the structure of a responsible life. He was talking about something quieter. About the person who had spent 20 years being decisive and effective and never once allowed themselves to not know. About the person who had been helpful and steady and available for everyone around them and had, in the process, forgotten how to receive. About the person who had carried the weight of being rational and composed until the weight itself had become invisible to them, just the way things were, just who they were, just normal. Let your jaw soften. Let the night hold still for a moment. James Hillman, who studied with von Franz in Zurich before going on to develop what he called archetypal psychology, put it this way: the symptom is often the most honest thing a person produces. The anxiety that will not resolve, the depression that appears without obvious cause, the dreams that disturb, the restlessness that survives every effort at management. These are not the enemy. They are the messenger. What is the message? That something has been excluded that needs to be present. This is what nobody talks about. Not that you are broken, but that you are incomplete. Not that you failed, but that you succeeded at something too narrow. Not that the darkness is the problem, but that the one-sided light is. The room is quiet. Something beneath the quiet is listening. Chapter 5: The Danger of One-Sidedness. Jung used the word enantiodromia. It is a Greek term he borrowed from the pre-Socratic philosopher Heraclitus, who observed in the 5th century BCE that everything runs eventually to its opposite. Heraclitus was not a psychologist. He was watching the natural world, the way summer gives way to winter, the way fire consumes and the ash feeds the soil, the way a river is always changing and always the same. But what he described in nature, Jung recognized in the psyche. When any one side of a person, any one attitude, any one function, any one mode of being is pushed far enough, far long enough, with enough conviction, it tips. It does not gradually moderate. It reverses. The controlled person erupts. The cheerful person collapses into darkness. The rationalist has a mystical experience they cannot explain and cannot forget. The devoted family man disappears. The woman who has never raised her voice finds one day in her 50s that she cannot stop saying what she actually thinks. This is enantiodromia, the principle of the swing. It is not random. It is not failure. It is the psyche correcting an imbalance by force when consciousness refused to correct it gradually. Jung documented this pattern across hundreds of clinical cases and decades of practice. He noticed that the people most at risk of sudden enantiodromia were often those who appeared most stable. The person who prided themselves on never losing their temper was particularly vulnerable to sudden, disproportionate rage. The person who had built their entire identity around being needed by others was particularly vulnerable to a cold withdrawal that surprised everyone, including themselves. Alfred Adler, who was a contemporary of both Freud and Jung and eventually developed his own school of individual psychology, had noticed a related phenomenon. He called it the masculine protest, the way in which people who felt deeply inadequate in one area would often develop an exaggerated, brittle superiority in another. The compensation was real, Adler argued. It reduced the discomfort. But it introduced a new fragility, because the inflated compensation required constant maintenance, and the original vulnerability remained untouched beneath it. Jung took this further. He said the compensation was not always psychological. Sometimes the body carried it. Feel your body where it rests against the surface beneath you. The weight is real. The warmth is real. The breath is real. Let these things be present for a moment. Consider a man named Heinrich. Not a patient from a case study, a composite. A man in his mid-50s who had worked for 30 years as an engineer. Precise, methodical, the person in every meeting who said, "Let us look at the data, let us not get emotional, let us solve the problem in front of us." He was respected, his career was successful. His wife had stopped arguing with him about things years ago because it was never productive. His children, now adults, loved him in the careful, muted way children love a parent who was more present than absent but never quite arrived. At 56, Heinrich was diagnosed with a heart condition that required surgery. The surgery went well. During his recovery, something unexpected happened. He began crying, not dramatically, not in a way that alarmed anyone. He would be sitting in the hospital chair by the window, watching the trees in the courtyard below, and he would realize his face was wet. He could not explain it. His prognosis was good. The crisis had passed. There was nothing logical to cry about. When he returned to a therapist, a Jungian analyst in Stuttgart, the analyst listened and said quietly, "The body sometimes does what the rest of the person has not been permitted to do." The tears were not about the surgery. They were about 30 years of something unlived pressing on a man who had no protocol for receiving it, until a door opened, a physical, literal fragility, and it came through. Adler called this organ language. The body speaks what the person cannot. Bessel van der Kolk, writing in The Body Keeps the Score in 2014, arrived at the same insight from a different direction entirely. From the neuroscience of trauma, he found that the body encodes what the mind bypasses. That unprocessed experience lives in posture, in breath, in chronic tension, in unexplained physical symptoms. The body does not forget. Jung knew this before the neuroscience. He knew it by watching carefully. The danger of one-sidedness is not only that you lose parts of yourself, it is that the parts you lose do not stay lost. They accumulate pressure, and at some point, during a hospital stay or a retirement or a long sleepless night, the door opens. Tonight, The door is already open. You are already here. Chapter 6. Why Consciousness Becomes Narrow. In the early decades of his career, Jung spent considerable time on a question that most of his contemporaries considered already answered. Why do people develop the way they develop? The Freudians had an answer. Early experience shapes the unconscious, and the unconscious shapes behavior. The Adlerians had an answer. The drive for power and compensation shapes personality. The behaviorists in America had an answer. Environment reinforces and extinguishes patterns. Jung thought all three were partly right, and all three were missing something. What they were missing was typology, the idea that human beings do not all develop in the same direction because they do not all start from the same place. In 1921, he published Psychological Types. It is one of his most misunderstood works, mostly because the public inheritance of it is the Myers-Briggs inventory and similar frameworks that flatten a genuinely complex argument into a sorting mechanism. But the original idea was something much more specific. Jung argued that each person has a dominant psychological function, a primary way of processing the world. He identified four: thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition. And he observed that the more developed the dominant function, the more neglected the opposite function tends to be. A person whose dominant function is thinking, whose primary mode of engaging the world is through analysis, logic, and systematic evaluation, will tend over time to undervalue feeling. Not because they have no feelings, but because their relationship to feeling is less developed, less trusted, less central to how they navigate. The feeling function goes underground. It becomes what Jung called the inferior function. Not weak exactly, but archaic, primitive, undifferentiated. And when the inferior function appears, it appears in a childlike form. The brilliant, composed analyst who becomes irrationally offended by a perceived slight. The stoic executive who dissolves in sentiment over a piece of music they cannot explain. The emotionally controlled professional who erupts without warning at something that objectively does not warrant the response. This is not weakness, it is the inferior function breaking through. Roberto Assagioli, an Italian psychiatrist who developed psychosynthesis in the early 20th century and was deeply familiar with Jung's work, observed that the most disruptive moments in a person's life often involve the inferior function arriving without warning, bypassing all the defenses the dominant function has spent decades constructing. The composer who cannot balance a checkbook, the meticulous accountant who makes wildly impractical romantic decisions, the intuitive visionary who ignores obvious physical symptoms until the body forces them to stop. Each is experiencing the inferior function, the undeveloped, unintegrated half, asserting itself. Let your breath find its own rhythm. There is nothing to understand right now. Just the quiet and the weight of your body and the sound of your own breathing. Here is why consciousness becomes narrow. It is not an accident. It is partly design. In childhood, the dominant function is rewarded. The child who thinks clearly is praised for clear thinking. The child who feels deeply is praised for sensitivity. The school, the family, the immediate social environment all tend to reinforce what is already dominant and ignore or discourage what is not. By early adulthood, a groove has formed, a path of least resistance. The thinking type thinks their way through difficulties. The feeling type feels their way. The sensation type grounds in the physical and concrete. The intuitive leaps to pattern and possibility. Each is competent in their mode. Each is, in the language Jung used, adapted. But adaptation is not development. Adaptation is the first step. Jung believed the second half of life, roughly from the mid-30s onward, was meant to be the period of recollection, of turning toward the inferior function, of doing the slower, harder, less rewarded work of developing what had been left behind. Most people, he observed, do not take this turn voluntarily. They take it when they are pushed by illness, by loss, by the collapse of the structure that made one-sidedness feel like competence, by the long, sleepless nights that have become familiar, by the sense, impossible to fully articulate, that something has been left somewhere along the way and they cannot remember where. That sense is not pathology. It is the inferior function, knocking. Chapter 7. The ego loves simplicity. The ego, in Jung's understanding, is not the villain. It is often treated as the villain in popular psychology, the thing to be overcome, transcended, dissolved. Go beyond the ego, the modern wellness industry suggests, and you will find peace. Jung was more careful. He said the ego is the center of conscious experience. Without a stable ego, you have no reference point. You cannot navigate. You cannot choose. You cannot maintain the continuity between who you were yesterday and who you are today that makes a coherent life possible. The ego is necessary. The ego is good. The ego is the part of you that shows up for work, maintains relationships, honors commitments, plans ahead, and makes sense of experience as it arrives. The problem is not the ego. The problem is that the ego loves simplicity. Left to its own preferences, the ego builds a very clean story. I am this kind of person. I care about these things. I do not care about those things. I am good at this. I am not that. The story is maintained day after day by selective attention, noticing what confirms the story, discounting what doesn't. By the time a person reaches middle age, the story is so well established, so convincingly organized, that it has become invisible. It is no longer a story, it is just the truth. Jung called this the simplification of the self, the compression of the full human range into a manageable, presentable, socially viable package. And he acknowledged that this compression was not a mistake. It was necessary for functioning, You cannot live in full contact with every part of yourself at every moment. Some simplification is not pathology. It is sanity. But the ego, in its love of simplicity, tends to treat the simplified version as complete, not as a working model, not as a partial truth that will need revision, as the final account. This is where the problem begins. Consider a woman named Clara. She is 61 years old, recently retired from a career in hospital administration. For 35 years, she managed complexity. Staffing crises, budget shortfalls, regulatory audits, equipment failures, difficult personalities in difficult situations. She was, by every external measure, effective, decisive. Even in the way that competent people in crisis environments develop calm, she tells a colleague on her last day, "I am ready for this. I have been waiting for this." 3 months into retirement, she is back in a therapist's office. She has not visited in a decade. She cannot explain what is wrong. Nothing is wrong. She has her health, her husband, her garden, her grandchildren on weekends. She is not depressed. Exactly. She is. And here she pauses, because the word sounds wrong even as she says it. Bored. Not bored the way you are bored waiting for a flight. Bored the way you feel when the thing that made you feel like yourself has been removed. The therapist asks, "Who is Clara?" when Clara is not solving something. She does not answer for a long time. The ego built itself around a function, around a role, around the satisfaction of a particular kind of competence. And the role was not the ego's enemy, it was the ego's home. Remove it, and the ego finds itself suddenly in unfamiliar terrain, with a map that no longer matches the landscape. Viktor Frankl, the Austrian psychiatrist who developed logotherapy after surviving Auschwitz, wrote extensively about what he called the existential vacuum, the experience of meaninglessness, that arrives when the external structure of a person's life is removed, and no inner source of meaning has been cultivated to replace it. He observed this in patients who retired, who outlived their spouses, who recovered from serious illness, only to find that the crisis, at least, had given their days a shape. Frankl was not Jungian, but his observation touches the same place Jung was pointing at. The ego loves simplicity. It builds the simplest self that works, and the simplest self that works is often not the simplest self that lasts. Let your shoulders settle. Notice the darkness of the room. Nothing in this moment demands a decision. The ego does not know how to rest unless it has been taught to rest. Unless something other than the managing, deciding, performing self has been given room to exist, that something is what Jung spent his life trying to describe. Chapter 8, Anxiety from an Unbalanced Life. At some point in the middle decades of the 20th century, anxiety became a clinical diagnosis, a symptom cluster, a thing to be treated. Jung was not opposed to treatment. He worked clinically for decades and understood that some suffering requires intervention. But he was cautious about treating anxiety as though it were only an intruder, only something foreign and unwelcome that had invaded an otherwise sound system. He thought anxiety was, in many cases, not a malfunction. It was a signal. The psyche's way of indicating that something in the overall balance of a person's life was off, that a function was being neglected, that a demand was being made that was not sustainable, that the simplification the ego had performed was now coming at a cost that the system could no longer absorb quietly. He wrote about this in a 1931 essay titled, "With Characteristic Precision, the Practical Use of Dream Analysis." In it, he argued that the therapist's first question, when confronted with anxiety in a patient, should not be, "How do we reduce this symptom?" but rather, "What is this anxiety in response to?" Because anxiety that is only suppressed, managed, medicated, quieted through behavioral or cognitive technique leaves the underlying imbalance untouched, and an untouched imbalance generates new anxiety. This is not an argument against treatment. It is an argument for looking beyond the surface of the symptom to the structural question underneath. The same argument was made from a different angle by Donald Winnicott, the British paediatrician and psychoanalyst who spent decades observing the development of infants and children. Winnicott coined the phrase, "good enough mother," the parent who provides not perfection but adequate presence, enough safety for the child to develop a true self. What Winnicott observed in his clinical work with adults was that anxiety often traced back to a failure of this kind of presence early in life. Not abuse, not obvious trauma, just an environment that required the child to be a particular way in order to receive care. A child who could only be accepted when they were quiet, or capable, or emotionally contained, or cheerful. The child learned to become that way. They became very good at it. They carried the skill into adult life. And the anxiety appeared whenever the performance was threatened. Not because the performance was false, it had become entirely genuine, but because the cost of maintaining it was higher than the person could afford. Irvin Yalom, the American existential psychiatrist, added another layer. He argued that much of what presents clinically as anxiety is, at its root, death anxiety, the unacknowledged awareness of mortality pressing against the structures of ordinary life. And one of the primary ways death anxiety increases, he found, is when a person reaches midlife or later and senses that they have not lived their own life, that they have lived the life the family expected, or the career demanded, or the social role required. The proximity of mortality and the unlived life arriving together creates a specific kind of dread. Not a fear of dying exactly, a fear of arriving at the end with the accounts still unbalanced. Feel the weight of your body. The night is quiet. Nothing is being demanded of you. A man named David, 53, came to a Jungian analyst in London in the late 1990s. He was an architect. He had spent his career designing functional, well-regarded buildings, office towers, retail spaces, municipal structures. He was good at his work. He had never designed anything he considered beautiful. He came for what he described as low-level anxiety that I can't seem to shake, persistent, background, present on good days and bad, not preventing him from functioning, but making everything feel slightly effortful, like walking into a mild headwind. His analyst asked what he would have designed if no one were going to pay him for it. He described a building in detail. He described it with a precision and animation that had been entirely absent in his description of everything else in his life. The light, the materials, the relationship between the structure and the landscape. He talked for 15 minutes. When he stopped, the analyst said, "You have been carrying that building in you for 30 years." The anxiety was not a malfunction. It was the signal from a function that had never been allowed to work. This is what an unbalanced life feels like. Not catastrophic, not dramatic, a mild, chronic, unexplainable headwind, and the body knows. Chapter 9. What the Psyche Tries to Correct. Jung's concept of compensation is, in many ways, the quiet center of everything he built, more practical than the shadow, more verifiable than the collective unconscious, more immediately useful than the archetypes. The idea is this: the psyche is a self-regulating system, like a thermostat, like a body maintaining temperature, like an ecosystem maintaining balance. When one part grows too dominant, another part responds, not in opposition, but in correction. The response is not punishment, it is adjustment. This happens first in dreams. Jung spent more time on dreams than almost any other clinician of the 20th century. He did not believe dreams were wish fulfillments, as Freud argued. He believed dreams were the compensatory voice of the unconscious, the part of the psyche that was not being heard in waking life, speaking in the only language available to it at night. He wrote about this in the 1928 essay, General Aspects of Dream Psychology. He argued that dream content is almost always in some relationship, often in contrast to the dreamer's conscious. Attitude. The person who considers themselves gentle and accommodating dreams of violence. The person who considers themselves courageous dreams of running. The ambitious executive dreams of sitting quietly in a garden. The depressed, withdrawn person dreams of action and color. The dreams are not showing the person what they are secretly. They are showing the person what has been left out. The compensatory content is the psyche filling in what consciousness has excluded. This is not the whole of what dreams do, in Jung's understanding. They also carry prospective content, hints of directions the psyche is moving toward, not just corrections of what it is moving away from. But compensation is the most consistent mechanism. The dream as corrective. Consider a clinical record. A woman named Sophie, 47, was a nurse, dedicated, patient, almost constitutionally calm under pressure. She had worked in cardiac care for 20 years. She came to her analyst not for anxiety, but for what she called terrible dreams. Dreams of cruelty, of coldness, of walking past suffering and not stopping. She was disturbed by the content. She could not reconcile it with how she understood herself. Her analyst, a student of von Franz in Zurich, listened carefully and then said, "What has Sophie been doing in waking life that she does not permit herself to be angry about?" Sophie was quiet for several minutes. Then she described a situation at the hospital that had been building for 2 years, a policy that required her to discharge patients she believed were not ready. Pressure from administration that she absorbed professionally without visible complaint. A supervisor who undermined her judgment and whom she defended publicly. She had been kind. She had been professionally appropriate. She had suppressed, repeatedly and successfully, a very legitimate fury. The dreams were the suppressed fury, not a sign of hidden cruelty. A sign of a psyche so committed to one mode, the compassionate, accommodating mode, that it could only express the opposite in sleep. The analyst's work was not to reassure Sophie that she was not cruel. It was to help her find a conscious, waking relationship to the anger that was legitimate, real, and overdue. Notice your breath. If your mind has been drifting, that is fine. The ideas will find you where you are. Jung observed this pattern with particular clarity in what he called the provisional life, the life a person lives while waiting for their real life to begin. The person who intends to start the creative project when the job situation settles. The person who will address the relationship when the children are older. The person who will slow down when the decade is done. They are always one condition away from beginning. The psyche compensates for the provisional life through what Jung called symptoms of imbalance, not mental illness in the clinical sense, but the chronic, nameable but hard to attribute sense that something is off. The persistent insomnia, the low energy that no sleep seems to cure, the inability to enjoy what used to give pleasure, the free-floating dissatisfaction that arrives on Sunday afternoons. These are not signs of depression necessarily. They are signs of a psyche attempting to correct a course the conscious mind has refused to change. The body already knew. The dreams already said so. The restlessness at midnight is not random. It is the self-regulating system, doing its work, patiently, persistently. Tonight, it is enough to know it is there, that it is working, that the correction is not a punishment. It is the psyche trying, as it always has, to return to wholeness. Chapter 10. Symptoms as Compensation. There is a line in Jung's Collected Works, Volume 8, in a paper titled On the Nature of the Psyche, that is easy to pass over on a first reading. He writes that neurosis, by which he means the full range of psychological symptoms that do not reach the threshold of psychosis, is not the disease but the cure, not always successful, not always sufficient, but a genuine attempt by the psyche to correct an imbalance that the person has not been able to correct consciously. The neurosis is the cure. Read slowly. Let it arrive. This does not mean that suffering is good. It does not mean that anxiety or depression or compulsion should be left untreated. It means that when a symptom appears, the first question is not always, how do we remove this, but sometimes, what is this trying to do? The symptom as compensation, the pain as signal, the disruption as correction. Jung was not alone in this observation. Alfred Adler, working in Vienna in the same period, argued that what he called neurotic symptoms often served a goal, not a conscious goal, not a calculated one, but a goal nonetheless to protect the person from an encounter with inadequacy they were not yet equipped to face. The symptom provided, in Adler's formulation, a reason that exempted the person from the demand. The person with debilitating social anxiety does not have to try and fail in social situations. The person with paralyzing perfectionism does not have to submit work that might be criticized. The symptom, costly as it is, provides a protective function. Jung agreed with part of this, but he went further. He said the symptom was not only protective, it was also prospective. It pointed towards something the psyche needed to integrate, not only something it needed to avoid. Marion Woodman, a Canadian Jungian analyst who worked primarily with women and with the body, spent 40 years exploring how symptoms, particularly symptoms involving food, weight, and physical experience, carried symbolic content that pointed directly toward the psychological material most in need of attention. She wrote in Addiction to Perfection in 1982 about a woman who had developed a severe eating disorder in her 30s. By every measure, the symptom was destructive. But when Woodman began working with the symbolic content of what the woman was experiencing, the rituals around food, the relationship to her own body, the images that arose in her dreams, a coherent psychological portrait emerged. The woman had been raised in a household where emotional expression was considered weakness. She had learned with extraordinary precision to manage, contain, and perform. Her body, unpredictable, demanding, beyond perfect control, had become the site of the struggle she could not acknowledge anywhere else. The symptom was not the disease. It was the disease's location. Woodman did not minimize the physical danger. She worked to address it. But she also understood that treating only the symptom without understanding what the symptom was compensating for would leave the person in an endless cycle of recovery and relapse. Let your jaw soften. Let the room be dark and still around you. In more ordinary terms, in the terms of lives that do not reach clinical crisis, the compensatory symptom is a familiar visitor, the person who cannot sleep. Not because of caffeine or a poor mattress, because the moment the activity and the noise and the demands of the day fall away, something that has been waiting in the margins finally has the room to appear, the restlessness, the recycled thoughts, the replay of conversations, the inventory of what was said and what should have been said. Jung would not immediately say, "This is anxiety, treat it." He would ask, "What is the thought that returns?" Not what thought is bothering you, but what thought keeps being correct enough to come back. Because a thought that returns night after night is not random noise. It is the psyche's attempt to process something that has not yet been processed. Something excluded from the daytime. Something too inconvenient, too disruptive, too contrary to the functional self to be handled there. The midnight thought is not the enemy. It is the compensation, doing its work. And tonight, in the quiet, it has room to simply be heard rather than suppressed. That, in the end, may be enough. Chapter 11. Why Success Can Make You Worse. Jung noticed that the crisis of middle life, what popular culture eventually began calling the midlife crisis, a phrase he never used and would likely have found reductive, arrived most reliably not after failure, but after success. Not always, not exclusively, but with enough frequency that he wrote about it directly in a 1933 essay called The Stages of Life. He divided the human arc into two broad movements. The first half of life, roughly the first 4 decades, is oriented outward. The task is to establish an identity, a role, a social position, a relationship, an economic foundation, a place in the world that feels earned and solid. The virtues of the first half are energy, ambition, adaptation, willingness to sacrifice the inconvenient for the necessary. The second half of life, from roughly the mid-30s onward, has a different task. It is oriented inward. The task is to deepen, to recover what was sacrificed in the building, to develop what was neglected in the establishing, to find a relationship to one's own life that does not depend on its external achievements for its validity. The problem is that the skills of the first half are not the skills of the second half, and success in the first half can make the transition to the second half harder, not easier, because success validates the first half approach. It produces evidence that the one-sided solution was the right solution. The career is built. The family is functioning. The mortgage is paid. The respect of peers is present. Why would a person question something that has produced all of this? This is why success can make you worse. Not worse in the sense of moral corruption, worse in the sense of more rigidly committed to an approach that is no longer sufficient, more defended against the interior life that the second half requires, more insulated by comfort and recognition from the signals that something is still missing. Edward Edinger, a Jungian analyst who wrote Ego and Archetype in 1972, observed that the people most resistant to the second half transition were often those for whom the first half achievement was not only material, but deeply identified. The person who did not only succeed in a career, but who became the career. The person who did not only build a family, but who became the function of father or mother so completely that the individual self was subordinated entirely to the role. Edinger argued that this level of identification with a social function was, paradoxically, a form of psychological inflation. Not inflation of the individual ego, but of the collective role. And when the role could no longer be performed, through retirement, through children leaving, through the simple arithmetic of age, The person experienced a collapse that had the character of a loss of self, because it was. Let your body settle. The weight of the night is soft. Nothing requires your attention. Consider a man named Thomas, 64. He had been the CEO of a mid-sized manufacturing company for 18 years. He was not glamorous. He was not famous. He was effective, respected within his industry, and deeply committed to his people. When he retired, he gave a thoughtful speech. He seemed calm. Within 2 years, his wife of 37 years told a close friend that Thomas seemed to have disappeared. He was physically present. He ate at the same table. He slept in the same bed. But the quality of his attention, the spark of engagement that she had loved since she met him at 24, was gone. Thomas told a therapist later that he felt like a surgeon who had retired and was now being asked to find meaning in puttering around a kitchen. The skills were wrong. The room was wrong. The whole scale of it was wrong. The therapist asked Thomas, "What did you want to be when you were 17? Thomas sat for a long time, then said, "A teacher." He had wanted to teach mathematics. He had gone into business instead because his father's factory needed someone to take it. He had built a life, a genuinely good one in many respects, and in the building had left a 17-year-old with chalk dust on his fingers, standing somewhere 47 years behind him. Success had made the leaving easier to justify, and the easier justification meant the leaving had gone unaddressed for nearly 5 decades. The second half of life, Jung argued, does not have to be about ruin. It does not have to be about abandoning what was built, but it does have to be about reclaiming what was left behind. And the person who succeeded most completely in the first half has the most to reclaim, and sometimes the least practice at reclaiming. Chapter 12, The Persona Grows Too Strong. The word persona comes from the Latin. It meant, originally, the mask worn by actors in ancient theatre. The mask that amplified the voice. The mask that told the audience, before a word was spoken, what kind of figure had arrived on the stage. Jung borrowed it. He used it to describe the social face, the set of attitudes, behaviors, and presentations a person develops in order to function within a social world that has requirements. The persona is not a lie. Jung was emphatic about this. Every person needs a persona. You cannot meet the demands of professional life, of social interaction, of the ordinary commerce of human relationship without some calibration of how you present yourself. The persona is the appropriate adaptation. It is how you become legible to the world. The problem is not the persona. The problem is when the persona grows too strong. When the persona grows too strong, several things happen. First, the person begins to confuse the persona with the self. They begin to experience their social presentation not as a layer they wear, but as the whole of who they are. The mask is no longer a mask. It is a face, and since it is a face, it cannot be removed. It must be maintained, always. Even in the dark, even alone, even in the room at midnight, where no one is watching. Second, the psyche beneath the persona, the actual individual, with their actual preferences and sensitivities and peculiarities, has less and less room to exist. Not that it disappears, but it gets pushed inward. It becomes what Jung called the personal shadow, not the Jungian shadow in its mythic sense, but simply the private self that cannot be shown because the persona would not survive the showing. Third, the energy required to maintain the too strong persona drains the broader system, because a persona that cannot be removed is not an adaptation, it is a performance. And performance is exhausting in a way that authentic engagement is not. James Hillman, writing in 1979 Inches, The Dream and the Underworld, observed that the persona that has grown too strong is often invisible to the person wearing it. They do not experience themselves as performing. They experience themselves as simply being who they are. The performance has become the reality. The mask has forgotten it is a mask. He described this using the image of a palimpsest, an ancient manuscript that has been written over so many times that the original text is no longer readable, even to the scholar who knows it was once there. The original self is still present, technically, but it has been written over so thoroughly that recovering it requires work that ordinary life does not provide. Let your shoulders drop, let the darkness be simple. The room does not ask anything of you. A woman named Anna, 58, was a psychiatrist. She spent her professional life helping others understand their own psychology. She was, by all accounts, a good one, perceptive, unhurried, not given to the quick diagnosis. She came to analysis herself, as many Jungian analysts do, as part of their training and continuing practice, and described her work with an ease and fluency that her analysts noted. She could articulate her patients' dynamics with precision. She could map the clinical landscape of someone else's interior with genuine skill. When her analyst asked her to describe her own interior, she became quiet for a long time. She said, "I think I have been a psychiatrist for so long that I do not know how to be the patient." Her analyst said, "Then perhaps we begin there." The persona of the professional healer had grown so strong over 25 years that the woman who needed healing herself had become difficult to find. Not lost, not destroyed, but overlaid, written over, waiting for the kind of attention that had been generously given to everyone else and never to herself. This is the cost of the too strong persona. Not malice, not deception, simply the gradual, ordinary, well-intentioned drift toward a self that is entirely legible to the world and increasingly opaque to the person inside it. The room is dark. The mask here is not required. Rest. Chapter 13. When the mask replaces the soul. There is a moment, not a dramatic moment, rarely a memorable one, when the persona and the person stop being in conversation with each other. Up to that moment, there is friction. The person feels the gap between the face they show and the self they inhabit. The professional who comes home and takes an hour to decompress before they can speak without the register of the office. The parent who drives home from the school in silence, letting the particular mode of being a parent, patient, present, available, slowly relax. The gap is uncomfortable sometimes, but it is healthy. It is the system working correctly. The persona is still recognizable as a layer. Then, slowly, the friction lessens. Not because the person has achieved integration, because the person has stopped being aware of the gap. The mask has replaced the soul, not dramatically, not all at once, but the way a thin film of fog replaces clarity. So gradually that you do not notice the view has changed until you try to see something specific and cannot. John Bowlby, the British psychologist who spent decades developing attachment theory, observed a related phenomenon in adults who had formed what he called insecure attachments in early life. Adults who had learned, as children, that their authentic emotional states were unwelcome, too intense, too needy, too inconvenient, often developed a persona that was so committed to not needing that the actual need had become invisible even to themselves. They would describe their emotional lives in what Bowlby called dismissing terms. Very calm, very reasonable, not much bothered by things, good at being independent, proud of not requiring reassurance. And beneath this, undiscovered, was often a reservoir of longing that had been sealed off for so long that the person genuinely could not feel it directly. They felt it sideways. In an unexplained irritability when someone was demonstrably close to them, in a discomfort with physical affection that they attributed to personality, in the persistent sense that others were somehow always slightly disappointing. The mask had replaced the soul, not maliciously. As a survival strategy, long ago, that had outlived its necessity. Donald Winnicott's concept of the false self illuminates this from a different angle. Winnicott argued that the false self, his version of the too-strong persona, develops when an infant learns that the environment will only respond to a particular version of them, the compliant version, the calm version, the performing version. The infant adapts, as infants must, and the adaptation becomes so deeply incorporated that by adulthood it does not feel like adaptation. It feels like character. Winnicott wrote that the tragedy of the false self is not that it is unpleasant to inhabit. Often it is quite functional. The person with a strong false self can be highly effective, highly likable, highly competent. The tragedy is that the person inhabiting it knows, in some wordless, pre-articulate way, that it is not them. They experience a peculiar flatness in even their best moments. A dissatisfaction with accomplishments they worked hard for. A sense that the recognition they receive is for someone slightly other than themselves. That flatness is the soul reporting in, noting its displacement, Feel the weight of your body. Notice your breath. But you are here, in this particular darkness, in this particular moment. This is not the managed version of you. This is simply you. There is a story from Jung's clinical practice. He recorded many such cases in Memories, Dreams, Reflections. His autobiographical account, published in 1962. He described a patient, a successful man in his 50s, who came to him in a state of inexplicable emptiness. The man had everything. He used the word everything repeatedly, as though repeating it might help him understand why it produced nothing. Jung asked him, "When did you last do something for no reason?" The man could not remember. "When did you last do something that no one would know about?" Again, nothing. "When did you last do something badly?" Silence. Jung noted, "The person who can only perform has forgotten how to simply be. And the person who has forgotten how to simply be has, in a very real sense, lost the thread back to themselves. Tonight, nothing is being performed. The room does not require it. The self that is simply here, simply breathing, simply resting in the dark, that self is enough." Chapter 14. The Shadow of Respectability. The shadow is the most widely discussed of Jung's concepts. It has escaped the academic literature and entered the popular vocabulary. Shadow work. Facing your shadow. Integrating your shadow. These phrases circulate freely, often in contexts quite distant from what Jung originally meant. But there is a particular shadow that is less often discussed. Not the shadow of the person who has done obvious harm, not the shadow of conscious wrongdoing, the shadow of respectability. Jung observed this most clearly in his clinical work, with people who occupied positions of social virtue. The pastor, the judge, the dedicated parent, the tireless philanthropist. The person whose public identity was organized around being good. He wrote about this in 1942 in an essay titled "A Psychological Approach to the Dogma of the Trinity." It is not where you would expect to find psychology of the shadow, but the argument is there. He suggested that the more firmly a person insists on their own goodness, not because they are dishonest, but because goodness has become the center of their identity, the more they tend to project the shadow outward, to locate badness in others, to find evil in the world rather than in themselves. This is the shadow of respectability. The person who has organized their entire personality around a particular virtue has, by necessity, disowned its opposite. And the disowned opposite goes somewhere. It becomes, in Jung's formulation, the shadow. And because it is disowned, it is not examined. And because it is not examined, it is not governed. It acts without the person's awareness or consent. Edward Edinger documented this pattern extensively in his work with ministers and other moral authorities. He found that the men, and they were mostly men in his era, most likely to produce spectacular moral failures were often not the ones who had struggled openly with temptation. They were the ones who had never struggled at all, for whom goodness felt entirely natural and complete, for whom the shadow, having never been acknowledged, had grown enormous in the dark. Let your breath find its own pace. Let the room be still. Consider a man named Father Patrick. Not from Eddinger's casebook, a composite. A priest in a mid-sized city in the 1980s. By every account, a kind man. Patient with the elderly. Gentle with children. Visible in the community in ways that went beyond obligation. He believed in what he preached. He was not, in any conscious sense, a hypocrite. And yet, the quality of his goodness had a specific edge, a subtle intolerance for others' failures that he framed as concern, a satisfaction when people needed him that he did not notice as a need for power, a certainty about moral questions that occasionally tipped into something harder than he knew. The shadow of respectability is not the shadow of malice, it is the shadow of incompleteness. The part of the personality that could not exist alongside the virtue because the virtue was total, because it had taken up all the available space. James Hillman argued that the shadow of respectability was, in some ways, more corrosive than more dramatic forms of shadow because it was harder to see and therefore harder to address. The person who has done obvious harm can recognize the harm. The person whose shadow is the shadow of their own goodness has no obvious reference point. The shadow is invisible precisely because the light in which they see themselves is so complete. Jung's prescription was not to abandon virtue. He was not suggesting that the good person become bad. He was suggesting something harder, that the person who has organized themselves entirely around one value become conscious of what that value excludes, not to enact the excluded thing, but to know it, to see it, to stop projecting it onto the world. The respectable person who can acknowledge, not perform, not confess dramatically, but simply acknowledge, quietly and honestly, their own capacity for the thing they most disapprove of in others is a more honest person than they were before, and a less dangerous one. The shadow does not require you to enact it. It requires you to see it, here in the dark, where no one is watching and nothing needs to be demonstrated. That kind of seeing is possible. The room does not answer, but it does not require you to be anyone in particular. That, tonight, is its gift. Chapter 15, The Inner Critic and False Order. There is a voice that most people carry and almost no one examines. It runs beneath the ordinary narration of the day, a commentary, a judgment. It measures, compares, evaluates. It knows what you should have said in the meeting and why what you actually said was insufficient. It watches you eat and has opinions. It watches you rest and suggests you do not deserve it. It observes other people with a precision that is almost clinical, noting their failures, their compromises, their gaps, and then, in the same breath, turns its attention inward with equal precision. This is the inner critic, and Jung had a specific understanding of it that is different from how it is usually framed. The inner critic is not simply the internalized voice of a critical parent, though that is part of its origin. Jung argued that the inner critic draws its energy from the shadow, from the part of the personality that has been cut off and that therefore exerts pressure from below. The critic is, in this understanding, the shadow in its organizing function. It knows what has been excluded, even if the person does not, and it maintains the exclusion through vigilance. This sounds paradoxical. The shadow maintaining the exclusion that created it, but consider how it works in practice. A person who, in childhood, learned that expressing vulnerability was dangerous, that showing weakness led to shame or abandonment or contempt, develops an inner critic that is especially alert to vulnerability, in themselves and in others. The critic scans continuously for any sign of it. Any moment of hesitation, of need, of being less than entirely competent. And when such a moment appears, the critic delivers its verdict rapidly and harshly. The verdict is not truth. It is pattern maintenance. The critic is preserving the one-sided structure, enforcing the old decision, keeping the excluded thing excluded. Irvin Yalom, who spent decades in existential psychotherapy, observed a related dynamic in patients with severe self-criticism. He found that the critic often served a very specific function. It created the illusion of control. If I can identify all my failures before the world does, the logic runs, I am ahead of the judgment. I am in control of my own condemnation. The world cannot hurt me in the way that matters most, because I have already done it to myself. This is the false order that the chapter title names. The inner critic creates a system, a demanding, precise, relentless system that feels like structure, that feels like discipline. That feels, in certain lights, like self-knowledge. But it is not self-knowledge. It is self-management. And self-management at the cost of self-knowledge is another form of one-sidedness. Let your jaw soften. Let the muscles of your face release. The critic does not live here, in this particular darkness, in this particular silence. A man named Richard, 66, had been, in his own description, a perfectionist all his life. He had used the word with a certain pride when he was younger. It meant high standards. It meant commitment. It meant not accepting the mediocre. By his mid-60s, he used it with something closer to exhaustion. He told his analyst, I cannot finish anything without going back to improve it. And when I improve it, I find the new version insufficient, and the insufficiency finds me at night. His analyst, who had been trained at the Jung Institute in Zurich, asked him, what would the thing look like if it were good enough? Richard could not answer, not because the question was unfair, because the concept good enough had no place in his system. Good enough was not a category. There was excellent and there was failure. His analyst asked a further question. Who in your life was never good enough? Richard was quiet for a long time. Then I think I was afraid that was me. The inner critic was not holding Richard to a high standard. It was preventing him from discovering that the standard was impossible to meet, because the real fear, the underlying exclusion, was not inadequate work. It was inadequate self. The critic kept the attention on output so that the question of being would not arise. Beneath the false order of the inner critic, something quieter waits. Not the absence of judgment, the absence of the need for it. That is what the dark is for. Chapter 16, Overthinking as Imbalance. Overthinking is usually framed as a problem of excess, too much thought. The mind running beyond where it is needed, past the point of usefulness, into territory where thought produces more thought rather than any resolution. The usual prescriptions follow from this framing. Stop thinking so much. Practice mindfulness. Interrupt the loop. Ground yourself in the physical. Let go. These prescriptions are not without value. But Jung would have asked a prior question. Not, how do we stop the overthinking? But, what is the overthinking compensating for? Because overthinking, in the Jungian framework, is not always excess thought. It is often thinking deployed as a substitute for something else. Feeling, usually, or intuition, or the simpler, less articulate body knowing that has no vocabulary but carries real information. The person who overthinks is often a person who has found thinking trustworthy in a way that feeling is not. Their experience, sometimes early, sometimes accumulated gradually, is that feeling leads to unreliable conclusions. That emotion produces outcomes that thinking, with its apparent order and logic, can prevent. That the careful analysis of a situation will protect them from the pain that less careful engagement has produced. So they think about what was said, about what it meant, about what the other person meant, about what they should have said, about what they will say, about all the possible versions of the conversation they have not yet had. They build elaborate internal architectures of analysis, trying to produce through thought the security that they have not found through feeling or through trust. William James, in The Principles of Psychology in 1890, wrote about what he called the stream of consciousness, not a poetic metaphor, but a clinical observation that thought is continuous and associative, that one thought pulls the next through association rather than logic. Once you are in the stream, you go where the stream goes. The thinker is not always in charge of the thinking. Jung extended this. He said the stream could be redirected not by more thinking, but by engaging a different function. Not by analyzing your way out of analysis, but by doing something with your hands, by walking, by making something, by speaking to someone you trust, not to be advised, but to be heard, by engaging the physical, sensory world in a way that interrupts the loop through a different mode of knowing, by knowing. This is not a prescription, it is a map, and the map suggests that the loop of overthinking is not itself the problem. It is the response to the absence of something else. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Notice the surface beneath you. This, the physical, the immediate, the sensory, is a different kind of knowing. Not lesser, not greater, different. Roberto Assagioli, the Italian pioneer of psychosynthesis, observed that the most effective interventions with ruminating patients were often those that engaged a completely different part of the person's experience. Not a counter-argument, not a logical reframe, a poem, a piece of music, a walk in unfamiliar surroundings, something that addressed the function the rumination was bypassing. A woman named Susan, 54, described her overthinking to a therapist as follows: "I am always solving. In the car, in the shower, before sleep. I am always running the scenario, finding the solution, managing the outcome. And I cannot stop." Her therapist asked, "What happens in your body when you stop thinking?" Susan said, "I feel anxious." Her therapist said, "And beneath the anxious?" Susan took a long time, then said, "Empty." The overthinking was filling the empty. Not the empty of nothingness, the empty that arrives when feeling, stripped of its object, is present without a target. The uncomfortable spaciousness of simply being, without a problem to solve, without a performance to manage, without a loop to run. Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, who spent decades studying states of full engagement, what he called flow, observed that the mind in flow does not overthink. It is fully occupied, fully present, without the surplus awareness that produces rumination. But the conditions for flow include a balance between challenge and skill, between demand and capacity. When life tips too far toward demand, too much performance, too much management, too little genuine absorption, the surplus awareness has nowhere to go. And it loops. The overthinking mind is not a broken mind. It is a mind that has run out of other things to do with what it has not been given permission to feel. Tonight, it has permission. Chapter 17, Why the Unconscious Interrupts. If the psyche were a polite system, it would wait to be asked. It would hold its corrections and its compensations until a convenient moment, and then present them in an organized fashion that the conscious mind could review and accept or decline. The unconscious is not a polite system. It interrupts. It arrives in the middle of meals, in the pause between words in a professional conversation, at 2 a.m. without warning or visible cause. It produces responses that seem disproportionate to their occasion. It inserts images and feelings and associations that have no apparent relevance to the task at hand. It is, from the perspective of the organized, functioning ego, profoundly inconvenient. Jung considered this interruption not a malfunction, but a design feature. He argued that if the unconscious were perfectly patient, waiting indefinitely for the ego to give it room, the ego would never give it room. Because the ego, in its love of simplicity and its commitment to efficiency, would always find the moment not quite right. Not the right time for introspection. Not the right moment for the dream to be taken seriously. Not the convenient hour for the feeling to be felt. The interruption is the unconscious refusing to wait. In Jungian practice, The question when a patient reports an unexpected emotional reaction, the sudden tears in a supermarket, the disproportionate anger in a meeting, the sense of dread arriving without object, is always, what was happening just before? What thought, what image, what association was present in the moment before the feeling arrived? Because the feeling did not arise from nothing. It arose from a trigger that engaged something in the unconscious that the conscious mind was not tracking. Something that was ready to surface. Something that had been building pressure. The interruption is the drainage of that pressure. A man named George, 59, was a senior partner in a law firm. Controlled, precise, effective in adversarial situations in a way that his colleagues found remarkable. He came to analysis not for himself. He would not have come for himself, but because his wife had made it a condition of their continuing their marriage. She said, "You are not angry in the room, and then you are furious in the car, and I cannot make sense of which person you are." In analysis, he described what he experienced as a complete absence of emotion in professional situations. He was not suppressing it, he genuinely did not feel it. The courtroom was calm territory. The boardroom was calm territory. It was only driving home, in the 15 minutes between the office and the house, that something unlocked. His analyst, a Jungian trained in London in the 1970s, noted that the 15 minutes in the car were the first unstructured, unobserved, unperformed time in George's day. The unconscious had learned, apparently, to wait for this window. The interruption arrived precisely when the persona briefly relaxed. This is a common pattern. The interruption does not arrive at random. It arrives in the gap. The shower, the drive, the moment between sleeping and waking when the gatekeeping function of the ego is at its most permeable. Let your body soften into the surface beneath you. Notice the quality of the dark. This is the gap. The night is the gap. And in the gap, the unconscious has something to say that it has been waiting patiently to say. James Hollis, in Why Good People Do Bad Things, published in 2007, made the observation that the most dangerous form of unconscious interruption is the one that is enacted rather than felt. The person who does not notice the emotion but acts it out, the infidelity, the impulsive decision, the sudden cruelty to someone they love, is a person whose unconscious has given up waiting for the gap and created one by force. The unconscious prefers the gentle interruption. It will use the dramatic one when the gentle one has been ignored long enough. Tonight, the interruption is soft. It is the quiet gathering of thoughts you did not choose. The images that arrive when your eyes are closed. The memories that surface without invitation. The body's slow release of what the day required it to hold. Do not dismiss these. They are the unconscious doing its work. They are the psyche adjusting, correcting, returning as it always does towards something more complete than what the day allowed. Chapter 18. Dreams Against the Day Self. In 1944, Jung had a heart attack. He was 68 years old and the attack was serious. During his recovery, he had a series of visions that he described in considerable detail in memories, dreams, reflections. In one of them, he found himself floating high above the earth, looking down at the blue-grey orb below. He felt, he wrote, an extraordinary sense of peace. Not the peace of numbness. The peace of completeness. He returned to life reluctantly. When he recovered, he said the subsequent weeks had a quality he had never experienced before, a richness, a saturation of ordinary detail, as though everything had become newly significant. What had changed? His analyst and friend, Emma Jung, observed that after the heart attack, Carl seemed less defended, less insistent, more able to simply be in the presence of things without requiring them to be analyzed or categorized or resolved. The near-death experience had done something that decades of his own self-analysis had not quite accomplished. It had interrupted the day self, the organizing, structuring, theorizing self completely. And in the interruption, something else had been present. Dreams work on a smaller scale, but with similar intent. Jung believed that dreams were addressed to the conscious attitude, not randomly, not as coded messages from a theatrical unconscious, but as corrective responses to whatever the waking mind was doing. He noted that in patients who were overly cautious in waking life, dreams were often vivid and bold. In patients who were taking excessive risks, dreams were often quiet and conservative. In patients who were suppressing significant feeling, dreams were flooded with emotion. The dream is the day self's opposite, offered as medicine. A woman named Patricia, 63, was a retired school teacher who came to analysis for what she described as vivid, disturbing dreams that had begun following her retirement. In her working life, she had been known for her gentleness, her patience, her ability to find the best in difficult children and difficult colleagues. She had never, in 38 years of teaching, raised her voice in the classroom. Her dreams in retirement were full of argument, of confrontation, of saying finally what needed to be said, of standing in rooms and refusing to comply. In her waking life, she found these dreams disturbing. They did not feel like her. Her analyst asked, "In your 38 years of teaching, were there things you felt but did not say?" Patricia was quiet. Then she smiled, a small, complicated smile, and said, "I suppose there were rather a lot." The dreams were not her becoming someone else. They were the psyche distributing across sleep what waking life had not permitted. 38 years of professional gentleness had produced a very full reservoir. The reservoir did not produce symptoms. It produced dreams. The psyche was doing its work efficiently and quietly through the least disruptive available channel. Let your mind drift for a moment. If thoughts come, let them come. If images appear behind your closed eyes, let them. Nothing is required, nothing is being monitored. Jung was careful to say that not every dream is compensatory in this direct sense. Some dreams process ordinary events. Some reprocess experiences that have not been fully integrated. Some, and he called these big dreams, carry content that seems to come from beyond the personal and arrive with an authority and vividness that leaves a mark. But the compensatory dream, the dream that quietly shows the dreamer what the day self has been refusing, is the most common and the most practically useful. Because it suggests that the psyche, even when the person is doing nothing deliberate, is doing something deliberate on their behalf, adjusting, distributing, restoring a balance that the waking life has been disrupting. You do not have to remember your dreams for this to be true. The work is happening whether or not the conscious mind retrieves it. The psyche is always already in conversation with itself. Tonight, that conversation continues. You are not required to follow it. It does not need your supervision. It will do what it has always done. In the dark, against the day self, the balance slowly returns. Chapter 19. Symbols that restore balance. The symbolic life, Jung's phrase for a life lived in genuine contact with the deeper, non-rational layers of experience, is not a romantic notion. It is not about ritual candles or meaningful coincidences or the conviction that the universe sends messages. It is about a specific capacity of the psyche to produce and respond to images that carry more meaning than can be translated into plain language. This matters for the question of balance, because Jung observed that when the purely rational, analytical, language-based approach to life became too dominant, a compensatory pressure toward the symbolic would build, not as mysticism, as psychological necessity. He wrote about this in Man and His Symbols, the 1964 book he edited in his final years and intended as an introduction to his ideas for a general audience. He argued that the modern world had largely abandoned the symbolic life, had lost the shared images, the rituals, the stories that gave form to the non-rational parts of human experience. And without these, the non-rational material had no legitimate channel. It came through as neurosis, as projection, as political violence and collective hysteria. This was a large claim, and Jung was aware that it was large, but it was consistent with what he observed across 40 years of clinical practice. The patients who maintained some genuine relationship to the symbolic through art, through religious practice, if they engaged it authentically rather than as social performance, through the natural world, through creative work, through dream, were, on the whole, more resilient. Not because symbols cured anything, because symbols gave the non-rational parts of experience a form, and form reduces pressure. Consider how this works in an ordinary life. A man named Edwin, 67, had been a civil engineer, bridges, 41 years of them. He had retired at 66 and spent the first year feeling lost in the way we have already described. In the second year, he began building model ships. Not from kits. From wood he shaped himself with tools he learned to use from a neighbor who had been a carpenter. He could not explain why ships. He had never been particularly interested in the sea. but he described the experience of making them in terms that would have been familiar to Csikszentmihalyi: complete absorption, time that disappeared, a quality of presence he had not felt since his working years. And then, in the third year, something happened. He began dreaming about the ships. Vivid, detailed dreams in which the ships traveled through storms and arrived somewhere he could not quite see. He mentioned this to his wife. She said, "Perhaps you are the ship." He took this to an analyst, not because he was in crisis, but because the image would not leave him. In the analysis, the ship came to represent something specific to Edwin, a vehicle for a part of himself that had been in storage, a carrier for the non-rational, feeling life he had not developed in 41 years of engineering. The model making was the beginning of a symbolic engagement. The dreams were its continuation. Marie-Louise von Franz, who spent much of her career working with fairy tales and myths as carriers of psychological truth, argued that the symbols that appear spontaneously in a person's life, the images they return to, the stories that move them unreasonably, the objects they hold on to past the point of ordinary attachment, are not random. They are the unconscious offering compensatory material in forms the ego can approach without being overwhelmed. The symbol is not a code to be cracked. It is a balance to be maintained. Let your breath be soft. Let the night be soft around you. Jung spent the last decades of his life at Bollingen, a stone tower he built with his own hands on the shore of Lake Zurich. Over the years, he added to it a new section, a courtyard, carved inscriptions. He described the work of building as one of the most psychologically important things he ever did. Not because it produced a result, because the act of working with stone, with physical material that resisted and demanded and responded to his hands, engaged something that the intellectual work of writing and analysis did not. The symbolic life does not require a tower on a lake. It requires a willingness to let some things be meaningful without requiring them to be logical, to allow the image to carry what the argument cannot. Tonight, the dark itself is a kind of symbol, the quiet, the rest, the soft permission of this particular hour to be something other than useful. Let that be enough. Chapter 20, Emotional Pain with a Purpose. In the consulting room at the Jung Institute in Zurich, there is a small sign attributed to various people, none of them verifiable, that reads, "The problem contains its own solution." This is not an instruction to do nothing. It is a statement about the nature of psychological pain, that it is not random, that it is, in the Jungian understanding, directed. That if you can stand to look at it long enough to understand what it is pointing at, you will find that the pointing was not meaningless. This is one of the harder ideas in Jung's work, because it runs directly against the dominant cultural instinct, which is to reduce pain as quickly as possible by the most efficient means available. This instinct is not wrong. Unnecessary suffering is not ennobling. Chronic pain that can be alleviated should be alleviated. But Jung was pointing at something different. Not chronic pain left untreated, pain approached as though it might have a message before the message is suppressed. He made this argument most clearly in the context of depression. He wrote about what he called the transcendent function, the psyche's capacity to produce from the encounter between consciousness and the unconscious a new position that could not have been reached by either alone. Depression, in this frame, was often the psyche in the early stages of this process. Not a malfunction, the beginning of a reorientation, a withdrawal of energy from the current position, from the way things have been, from the attitudes and investments and relationships that no longer serve, in order to make room for something new to emerge. This does not mean all depression is productive. Jung did not think it was. He distinguished between depression that was moving somewhere and depression that was simply stuck. The stuck depression required intervention. The moving depression required patience and attention. The distinction is not always obvious, which is why it requires the help of someone else typically, a skilled analyst, a trusted companion, someone who can hold the question without rushing to resolve it. Bessel van der Kolk, approaching the same territory from the neuroscience of trauma, found that emotional pain that is received and metabolized, held, felt, moved through the body's natural processing systems leaves a different trace than pain that is suppressed or bypassed. The metabolized pain becomes part of a person's available experience. The suppressed pain becomes a zone of avoidance, a portion of the landscape that cannot be entered without triggering a flood. In other words, the pain that was allowed to be pain is less disabling than the pain that was managed so that it would not interfere. Let your shoulders drop. Notice the weight of your body. The night is quiet and does not require you to be anywhere but here. A woman named June, 61, lost her husband of 34 years to cancer. The loss was devastating in the ordinary way of such losses. The sudden absence of a presence that had organized her daily life for decades. What surprised her was not the grief, it was what came with it. She found, in the year following his death, that she was thinking about things she had not thought about since her 20s. A career she had abandoned when they married. A relationship with a sister she had allowed to become distant. An interest in painting she had set aside when the children were born and never retrieved. Her Jungian analyst described this as the classic accompaniment to genuine grief, not a distraction from it, a disclosure. The grief, in creating a rupture in the ordinary structure of life, also created an opening. The unlived things that the structure had kept in storage began to surface. The pain had a purpose. Not a convenient purpose, not a purpose she would have chosen, but a purpose that, once she could see it, she was able to work with, rather than only endure. Viktor Frankl wrote that the last of human freedoms is the choice of one's attitude to unavoidable suffering. He was not advocating for suffering. He was recognizing that suffering, once present, carries within it the possibility of a response that shapes the person in a way that comfort cannot. June did not paint masterpieces. She took a class on Wednesday mornings at a community center and painted landscapes that she said were not very good. But she painted them. For the first time in 30 years, that part of her was present. The pain had opened the door. Chapter 21, The Cost of Living One Role. There is a thought worth holding gently before we continue. We have been speaking about one-sidedness as though it is something that happens to people accidentally, as though the narrowing of a life were the result of inattention or weakness or a failure of philosophical courage. But Jung was more generous than that. He understood that most one-sidedness begins as a rational response to a genuine demand. The parent who becomes entirely parent does so because the child genuinely requires full attention. The professional who becomes entirely professional does so because the work genuinely rewards full commitment. The caregiver who has nothing left for themselves does so because the person they are caring for genuinely needs what is given. The cost of living one role is not evidence of having done something wrong, it is evidence of having done something fully, which is, in many cases, an admirable thing. But fullness of commitment in one direction still costs something in the other directions, and the cost accumulates, and at some point the accumulation produces a deficit that cannot be ignored. Jung saw this most clearly in what he called the parental problem, the phenomenon by which parents, having given decades to the task of raising children, find themselves in their late 50s or early 60s without a clear sense of who they are apart from that role. He wrote about this in The Development of Personality in 1934, arguing that the psychological fate of the parent is often bound up more than the parent recognizes with the psychological fate of the child. This is not an accusation. The parents he described were not doing anything wrong. They were doing exactly what the role required. The problem is that the role, sincerely inhabited for 2 decades or more, reshapes the person inhabiting it. And when the role ends or shifts, the person is left with a self that has been thoroughly organized around a function that no longer fully operates. John Bowlby made a related observation about what he called compulsive caregiving, a pattern in adults who had learned, typically in childhood, to suppress their own needs in order to care for an emotionally unavailable parent. These adults became extraordinarily skilled at attending to others. They were the ones you called in a crisis, the ones who showed up, the ones who knew exactly what you needed before you said it, and they were often profoundly uncomfortable with receiving care themselves, with being the one who needed, with occupying the position of dependence they had so skillfully never inhabited. The cost was an asymmetry. They could give, they could not receive, and a life in which giving and receiving are permanently imbalanced is a one-sided life, even if the one-side it emphasizes is a generous one. Feel the weight of your body. Notice where it is held and where it is releasing. There is nothing to give in this moment, nothing to organize, nothing to care for. This is the moment, that belongs entirely to you. A man named Paul, 64, had been the primary caregiver for his mother through a decade of declining health. His siblings were present but less proximate. He had been the one to coordinate the doctors, to manage the finances, to be the person the hospital called. When his mother died, he felt the grief he expected, and then, unexpectedly, a kind of paralysis. He found himself unable to make decisions that would previously have taken him seconds. He sat in front of a restaurant menu and felt the same overwhelming blankness he had come to associate with crisis. He realized, talking to a therapist, that for 10 years his decisions had been made in relation to someone else's needs. What does she need? What is the right thing for her? The question, "What do I want?" had been out of circulation so long it felt like a foreign language. His therapist asked him to write down, in 1 week, every small preference he could identify. Not conclusions, not plans, just the data. Coffee or tea, morning walk or evening, reading or music. He came back with a list of 9 things. It was a beginning. The cost of living one role is not only the person's own suffering, it is the thinning of the self that makes genuine relationship possible. Because genuine relationship, Jung was clear about this, requires 2 selves to be present, not one self and a function, 2 people, each bringing the full range of what they are. The role is valuable. The self that sustains the role is more valuable, and it requires tending. Chapter 22, Mental Health Beyond Control. The mainstream model of mental health, the one that dominates clinical practice and public understanding in the early 21st century, is organized primarily around functioning. A person is mentally healthy in this model to the degree that they can maintain relationships, perform their work, navigate daily demands, and regulate their emotional states sufficiently not to be impaired. This is not a bad model. It is measurable, it is humane, it focuses on what people actually suffer from and what actually reduces that suffering. But Jung would have found it incomplete. Not because functioning is unimportant, because functioning can be achieved without wholeness, because a person can be, by every clinical measure, mentally healthy, stable, regulated, effective, functional, while living a life that has been systematically reduced to its most manageable dimensions. The functioning person who has cut off their feeling life, who manages their relationships at a careful distance, who has arranged their days so that nothing unpredictable or emotionally demanding is ever admitted. This person scores well on functioning measures. They are not, in the Jungian sense, psychologically well. Jung's model of mental health was organized not around functioning, but around what he called individuation. This is his most famous and most misunderstood concept. It sounds like individualism, the triumph of the self over the collective. It sounds like self-actualization, the full development of human potential. Neither is quite right. Individuation, in Jung's precise usage, was the process by which a person becomes the specific individual they actually are, Not a better version of a general human type, but the particular, irreplaceable person that their particular combination of nature and experience and the specific contours of their unconscious produces. It is not a destination, it is a direction, a process without completion, engaged with or avoided, but not finished in a lifetime. And it explicitly requires the integration of the parts that functioning excludes, the inferior function, the shadow, the aspects of the self that were sacrificed for the sake of adaptation. The individuation process is not the creation of a new, improved self. It is the recovery and integration of a self that was always there, but only partially available. Erich Neumann, writing in 1949, argued that the failure of individuation, the arrest of the process at the level of adaptation and social functioning, produced what he called the partial man, the person who is competent within a narrow range and lost outside it, who is admirable in their area of excellence and brittle everywhere else, who has the face of a whole person and the interior life of a specialist. Let your body settle into the night. The breath is soft, the room is quiet. None of this requires a response. Irvin Yalom spent his career documenting what happens when people near the end of life review what they have built. He found consistently that the regrets most frequently expressed were not about failures. They were about unlived things, the life not risked, the love not expressed, the self not inhabited. The person who had been by every measure successful, who had raised a family, built a career, maintained their health, remained a productive member of their community, could still arrive at the end with a specific, clear, articulate grief about what had not been allowed to exist. Not what they had done wrong, what they had not let themselves be. Mental health beyond functioning means health that includes this. That asks not only, is this person capable of getting through their day, but is this person in contact with the whole of who they are? Are the parts of them that cannot be quantified, the feeling, the image, the unlived longing, the unnamed knowing, present? Or have they been managed into silence? The answer is not always yes. Rarely fully yes. But the question is one that functioning-based models do not always remember to ask. Tonight, that question does not require an answer, only an acknowledgement that it exists, that somewhere beneath the competent, functioning, well-organized surface of a life, this question waits, and is not a small question. Chapter 23, The Soul Rejects Extremes. There is a quality to the writing of the Desert Fathers, the Christian monastics of 3rd and 4th century Egypt, men like Abba Moses and John Cassian, who retreated to the desert not to escape the world but to understand it without the world's noise, that Jung found interesting and that he cited on several occasions. These men were not psychologists. They were trying to understand the movement of the soul in relation to God. But their observations about the interior life were, Jung felt, precise in a way that the clinical literature of his own century was not always able to match. One of their central observations was about what they called acedia, a state of spiritual torpor that arrived not in people who had been lazy or inattentive, but specifically in people who had been zealous, who had pursued the spiritual life with extraordinary intensity, with severe fasting, with rigorous prayer, and who had arrived at the crest of their effort at an unexpected collapse. The Desert Fathers read this not as failure, but as correction. The soul, they said, rejects extremes, even extreme virtue, even extreme devotion, because extremity of any kind is a form of imbalance, and the soul, like the body, seeks equilibrium. Jung read the Desert Fathers alongside his clinical work and found confirmation. The patients most prone to enantiodromia, to the dramatic reversal from one extreme to its opposite, were not the moderate people. They were the intensely committed. The people who had held with great will and great sincerity to one position for a very long time. The soul rejects extremes. This is not a prescription for mediocrity. Jung was not suggesting that people should be less committed, less sincere, less invested in what matters to them. He was suggesting that any single-direction commitment, pursued past its natural limit, generates a counter-pressure, and the counter-pressure, if denied long enough, will produce the reversal. The religious extremist who loses faith overnight, the workaholic who suddenly cannot get out of bed, the ascetic who collapses into indulgence, the controlled who erupts, these are not failures of will. They are examples of the soul refusing a diet of one food, however pure that food might be. Let your jaw soften, let the night be gentle around you. Nothing in this hour requires extreme effort. Marion Woodman, in her work with women and with the body, found a particularly clear expression of this principle in the experience of her patients with eating disorders. The severity of the restriction produced, inevitably and sometimes violently, the severity of the opposite. The tighter the control, the more explosive the collapse. Not because the will was insufficient, but because the soul, or the body, which in Woodman's understanding was another word for the soul's physical expression, refused to be indefinitely denied. She developed from this work a way of thinking about psychological health that she called embodied wholeness, a state in which the full range of human experience, including pleasure, sensation, rest, indulgence, and disorder, was admitted alongside discipline, structure, achievement, and order, not as a license for chaos, as a recognition that health is not the triumph of one side, but the livable tension between sides. Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese Buddhist monk who spent decades in exile from Vietnam after calling for peace during the war, wrote about what he called the middle way, not as a compromise, not as the averaging of extremes, but as the path that holds both without being destroyed by either. He wrote that conscious breathing was one form of the middle way, not the elimination of thought, but not being swept away by it either, not the suppression of feeling, but not being defined by it. The capacity to be present to the full range without tipping into any single part of it. The body, he argued, knows this. The breath already practices it. In and out, not all in, not all out. The middle way of the respiratory system, which is so obvious we never notice it, is a living demonstration of the principle the soul tries to apply to the rest of a life. Tonight, your breath is practicing this, whether or not you are attending to it. The extremes can rest. Chapter 24. Why modern people feel split. If your mind has been drifting, that is perfectly fine. You are still here, and the ideas will find you where you are. We are moving now into the part of the conversation that Jung considered the most urgent. Not the most complex, the most urgent. The split. Jung used the phrase dissociation of consciousness to describe a specific modern phenomenon that he thought was unprecedented in its scale. Not that people in previous centuries had not suffered from one-sidedness. They had. Every era has its characteristic imbalances. But the speed and comprehensiveness of the industrial and then technological transformation of Western life had, Jung believed, produced a split of a particular and serious kind. He described it in Modern Man in Search of a Soul, published in 1933. He said that modern people, educated, rational, productive modern people, had developed the rational function to a degree that previous centuries had not, the scientific method, the empirical tradition, the systematic organization of knowledge. These had produced an extraordinary accumulation of power and capability. And they had produced something else, a growing estrangement from the sources of psychological nourishment that pre-modern people had, more or less, maintained access to. The communal life, the shared ritual, the seasonal rhythm that placed a person within a cycle larger than their individual arc. The relationship to nature not as a resource or a backdrop, but as a living environment that carried meaning. The ancestral thread, the sense that who you are is connected to who came before and who will come after. These were not superstitions. They were, in Jung's analysis, containers. Structures that held the non-rational life of the psyche within a shared symbolic framework, so that the non-rational did not have to be managed entirely by each individual alone. When the containers dissolved, and they dissolved across 2 centuries of urbanization, secularization, industrialization, and individualism, the non-rational contents did not dissolve with them. They remained. They required management. And the individual, now without the communal framework, had to manage them alone. This is, Jung argued, an extraordinary demand on the individual psyche. And it produces a characteristic modern splitting. The rational self manages, plans, functions, and maintains. The non-rational self, the feeling life, the symbolic life, the instinctual and embodied life, operates in an increasingly narrow range of legitimate expression. And the gap between the 2 halves widens. The person does not feel this as a philosophical problem. They feel it as an unexplained tiredness, as a flatness that persists beneath the activity, as the sense that the things they do and achieve and produce are somehow not quite touching the part of them that actually needs to be touched. William James wrote about this from a different angle. In 1902, he observed that the rationalized, secularized modern person had lost what he called the life of the soul, not in a theological sense, but in the experiential sense of being embedded in something larger than the individual. And without this embeddedness, the individual carried a weight that the individual was not designed to carry alone. Let your body be heavy in the good way, the way it gets when it is finally allowed to stop carrying. Bessel van der Kolk's research adds a contemporary layer. He found that the disconnection from the body, the suppression of physical sensation, the management of emotion through cognitive means, the substitution of narrative for felt experience produces a specific signature in the nervous system. The ventral vagal pathway, responsible for the felt sense of safety and social connection, becomes less available. The person is less able to experience genuine rest, less able to feel genuinely safe, even in objectively safe circumstances. The modern person, in other words, is physiologically carrying the cost of psychological splitting. The body is experiencing, as a physical state, the toll of a way of life that has cut it off from its own deeper registers. Tonight, you are not required to solve this. You are invited only to notice it. To feel, perhaps, the particular quality of the split as it begins to ease, the way the darkness and the stillness and the absence of demand gently invite the separated halves back toward each other. Not a cure, a small, nightly correction. The psyche doing what it always does when given room to do it. Chapter 25. Rationality without depth. We are halfway through the night. If you have been listening from the beginning, you have traveled a considerable distance. If you arrived somewhere in the middle, you are welcome here. Let your body settle. Feel the surface beneath you. Notice your breath. These next ideas are quiet ones, and you do not need to hold them tightly to receive them. In 1932, the Swiss philosopher Henri Bergson was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature. The committee cited his prose style. But Bergson was, at his core, a philosopher of time and of consciousness, specifically of what he called duration, the lived experience of time as continuous flow, as opposed to the abstract mathematical time of physics. He argued that the rationalist tradition had made an error. It had analyzed consciousness from the outside, as though consciousness were a thing that could be frozen and measured, rather than a process that could only be understood from within. Jung read Bergson carefully and recognized the same error in psychology. The rational analysis of the psyche, the diagnostic category, the symptom checklist, the behavioral intervention, was analysis from the outside. It measured what could be measured, and in measuring, inevitably missed what could not be measured, but was, in fact, central. He called this rationality without depth, intelligence that is real, that is useful, that solves many problems, but that has no access to the layer of experience that makes those problems meaningful in the first place. The engineer who designs a beautiful bridge but cannot tell you why it matters to him, the physician who saves lives with clinical precision but has no felt relationship to the fact of mortality. The philosopher who can map the structure of meaning with extraordinary clarity but cannot locate it in their own chest. None of these people are failures. They are examples of a competence that has outpaced its foundation, a structure built upward without attending to the ground it stands on. Kierkegaard, the Danish philosopher writing in the 1840s, nearly a century before Jung, identified this problem in terms of what he called the aesthetic stage versus the ethical stage versus the religious stage of existence. He was not describing religion in the institutional sense. He was describing the difference between living at the surface of experience, where things are judged by their appeal, and living at the depth, where things are judged by their weight. He observed that the cleverest people were often most susceptible to remaining in the aesthetic stage indefinitely, because cleverness was a form of control, and the depth required at some point surrendering control, required standing before something larger than the self and admitting it was larger. The rational mind resists this. It is designed to explain, to categorize, to reduce complexity to manageable propositions. Depth does not respond well to reduction. Let the night be what it is. Let the darkness have its depth without trying to name it. Nietzsche, who was not a Jungian, who preceded Jung and criticized much of what Freud and his contemporaries were building, made an observation in The Gay Science in 1882 that was, in retrospect, almost prophetic. He said that the death of the old frameworks for meaning had left a vacuum, and that intelligence alone could not fill a vacuum. Intelligence could analyze the vacuum, could describe it with precision, could produce elaborate theories about how a vacuum of this kind was formed and what it implies. But it could not fill it, because filling required something that was not the filling's description. He was not being mystical. He was identifying a structural problem in the rationalist project. It could not, by its own tools, generate the experience of being alive in a way that felt worthwhile. That required something else, something older. Jung did not name this something else very precisely, and perhaps he was right not to. The self is his term, the archetype of wholeness, the ordering principle of the whole psyche. But he often said the self was not a thing to be grasped, but a process to be lived, and lived from the inside, not described, not analyzed, not managed, just lived, with as much of yourself present as you can bear to bring. Tonight, you are bringing yourself to the dark without an agenda. That is already more depth than rationality alone can reach. Chapter 26. Feeling ignored turns strange. Jung had a particular phrase for what happens when the feeling function, the capacity to evaluate experience on the basis of its personal, emotional, relational significance, is consistently undervalued or ignored. He said, the feeling function turns primitive. Not primitive in the pejorative sense, primitive in the sense of unrefined, undifferentiated, operating at a lower resolution than it would if it were attended to and developed. like a muscle that has not been used, which does not disappear but loses the precision and strength that regular engagement produces. The person who has ignored their feeling function for decades does not stop feeling. They feel. But the feelings arrive in a form that is harder to work with. Overwhelming rather than informative. Disruptive rather than directive. The emotion does not say, "I feel sad because this relationship is missing something important." It says, "A wall of something arrives and I cannot function, and I do not know why." The feeling function, ignored, turns strange. Jung documented this in the typology work. He observed that people whose dominant function was thinking, and this was especially common in the professions of his era that attracted high-functioning thinkers, law, medicine, academia, engineering, were particularly at risk of what he called feeling attacks, moments in which the long-suppressed feeling function erupted with the intensity and indiscriminateness of the inferior function it had. Become the stoic man who cries uncontrollably at a film that would not ordinarily touch him. The composed woman who, in a moment of ordinary conflict, feels a rage so disproportionate it frightens her. The controlled professional who falls inexplicably and completely for someone entirely unsuitable and cannot see it, cannot be reasoned out of it, because the reasoning function is precisely the function that has nothing to offer here. These are not character flaws, they are the feeling function, atrophied through neglect, operating in the blunt and overwhelming way that an atrophied function operates. The solution, in Jung's framework, was not to suppress the eruptions more effectively, it was to develop the feeling function more deliberately, to give it regular access to experience before it had to take it by force. To learn to feel not dramatically, not as a project of emotional exhibition, but quietly, privately, accurately, what is actually happening in one's own interior. This is harder than it sounds for a person who has spent decades trusting their thinking function. Because the thinking function, confronted with feeling, immediately tries to analyze it, to categorize it, to produce a correct interpretation. And the feeling function, which does not operate through analysis, resists this and goes underground again. Let your mind rest for a moment. Let the thinking settle. Notice what is present in your body without deciding what it means. A man named Frank, 57, was a cardiologist. He was, by every measure, excellent at his work. His diagnostic accuracy was notable. His patients felt, despite his precision and economy of expression, that he genuinely cared for them. He did. He simply could not always locate the caring as a feeling. It was more like a settled conviction. He came to analysis following a divorce that surprised everyone, including him. His wife of 22 years said she had felt for the last decade that she was married to someone who was deeply kind and deeply unavailable. Not unavailable physically, emotionally. She had stopped trying to reach him not because she had stopped wanting to, but because the reaching had produced so little return that it hurt more to try than to accept the distance. Frank's analyst asked him, "When did you last feel something you could describe in this room?" Frank thought for a long time, then said, "I feel concerned for you that you're spending your time trying to get to know someone as closed as I am." The analyst said that was not the answer. But it was interesting. Let us start with the concern. The feeling function was there. It arrived sideways as care for the other rather than acknowledgement of the self. But it was there. A feeling ignored does not disappear. It arrives strangely, and when you are finally ready to receive it, it is still waiting. Chapter 27. Instinct denied returns sideways. Now we can name the second kind of one-sidedness. We planted this early in the night, and it has been waiting. The first kind of one-sidedness is the kind we have been describing in detail. The narrowing of a conscious life around a particular function, role, or value at the cost of what lies outside it. The thinking type who neglects feeling. The professional who neglects the private person. The respectable who neglects the shadow. This is one-sidedness of the ego, the organized self becoming too organized, too exclusive, too efficient at excluding. The second kind is less obvious and in some ways more significant for the contemporary world. It is the one-sidedness of instinct denied. Jung understood instinct not in the crude sense of biological drive, eat, reproduce, survive, but in a more comprehensive sense. The instinct for rest, for play, for genuine solitude, for meaningful work, not merely productive work, for relationship that is not useful but simply warm, for contact with the natural world, for the experience of beauty not as recreation but as a genuine psychological need. These are instincts in the broader biological sense, not desires imposed from outside, but needs arising from the structure of the organism itself. Needs that, when chronically unmet, produce symptoms. Not the dramatic symptoms of the Freudian unconscious. The quiet, persistent, unexplained symptoms of a life slightly off its axis. The instinct for genuine rest, denied by the culture of productivity, returns sideways as insomnia. Not the insomnia of anxiety exactly, but the insomnia of a system that cannot find genuine downtime and therefore cannot shut down for maintenance. The body stays alert even when the mind believes it is resting, because true rest requires something the day never provides. The instinct for play, denied to the serious adult, returns sideways as compulsive consumption. Shopping that is not about the object. Scrolling that is not about the content. Entertainment consumed past the point of enjoyment. The instinct for play, for engagement that is purposeless and light, finds what channels are available and uses them without satisfaction. The instinct for genuine solitude, not aloneness in which you are still performing or planning or managing, but genuine, empty, unstructured quiet, denied by a life filled to the brim with obligation and connectivity, returns sideways as the particular exhaustion that more sleep does not cure.
This is a Jungian reading of the chronic conditions of modern life, not diagnosis.
A framework for understanding why the ordinary remedies, more sleep, more vacation, better organization, more exercise, often leave the underlying sense of depletion unchanged. Because they are addressing the symptom, without addressing the denied instinct. Feel the weight of your body. Notice how the night, the quiet, the darkness, the simple absence of demand, notice how these feel, not as emptiness, as relief. That relief is the instinct for genuine rest, finally, briefly, receiving what it has been asking for. Alfred Adler made an observation that connects here. He said that striving for superiority, the central motivating force he identified in human psychology, produced a specific pathology when it went untempered. Not by inferiority, by humanity, by the willingness to be sometimes ordinary, to need, sometimes without achievement, to rest, sometimes without having earned it. The instinct for ordinariness, for the uneventful afternoon, for the unproductive walk, for the hour that produces nothing and means everything, is one of the most consistently denied instincts in the culture of achievement. And its denial produces a specific, recognizable cost. The person who cannot enjoy their own company, the person who needs the television to be on to feel comfortable in a room, the person who checks the phone not for information but for relief from the pressure of their own unmediated presence. These are not character weaknesses. They are the sideways returns of instincts that have been asking for admission for a very long time. Tonight, one of them has been admitted. The instinct for genuine rest, for true quiet, for the darkness that does not demand, and the silence that does not fill itself. This is not nothing. For a person whose instincts have been denied long enough, this is quite something. Let it be enough. Chapter 28. The Unlived Life Presses Back. In 1961, the year Jung died, a young woman named Helen was completing her doctoral dissertation at the University of Edinburgh. She was studying what happened to creative ambition in women over the course of their lives. She had interviewed 47 women, all of whom had shown early promise in artistic or intellectual fields. Her primary finding, which she published in 1963, was that the most consistent predictor of creative suppression was not talent, not opportunity, not intelligence. It was the internalized belief that their creative life was expendable, that it was the first thing that could go when life required sacrifice. The unlived life is not a phrase Jung invented, but it is one he returned to across decades of clinical work. He observed that what was not lived in a person, what was not permitted, not expressed, not allowed to exist in the context of the life that was actually being led, did not simply wait patiently in storage. It pressed. It pressed in the form of regret, in the form of a specific wistfulness. When encountering someone who had done the thing you had not done, in the form of an inexplicable irritability toward people who seemed free in a way you were not, in the form of the dream. And sometimes, if the pressing continued without acknowledgement for long enough, it pressed in a more disruptive form. The midlife crisis, which popular culture frames as vanity, the sports car, the younger companion, the dramatic reversal, was, in Jung's reading, often something more serious and more legitimate. It was the unlived life, pressing hard enough to produce action. Not always wise action, not always action that the person's relationships could sustain, but action that was, at its root, the psyche refusing to reach the end without having made some contact with what had been excluded. Irvin Yalom called this awakening experiences, moments often precipitated by crisis, in which a person suddenly sees clearly what they have been refusing to see about the structure of their life and what it is costing them. The diagnosis, the death of a peer, the children leaving home. Peer. The retirement that was supposed to be freedom but arrived as exposure. These moments are painful. But Yalom observed that they were also, for many of his patients, the most alive moments of their adult lives. The moment when the managed, functional, acceptable life briefly broke open and the person was in contact with something raw and real and unmediated. Let your body settle. Let the night be soft. A man named Lawrence, 68, had wanted to be a painter since he was 12 years old. His father, an accountant, had been neither unkind nor unreasonable. He had simply made clear that painting was not a profession for people who needed to eat. Lawrence had understood. He had gone into business. He had been, by any fair accounting, a success. At 68, recovering from a mild stroke, he asked his wife for a set of paints. He did not say why. She bought them without asking. He painted for 7 years after that, every morning, for 3 hours, before his wife was awake. He was not, he said, a good painter. The paintings were not technically accomplished, but the act of painting, the color on the brush, the canvas resisting and accepting, the silence of the early morning room was, he said, the most himself he had ever been. He had not solved the problem of the unlived life. He had not recovered the 40 years. But the unlived life, finally given some room, stopped pressing quite so hard. This is what the unlived life asks for. Not dramatic reversal, not the destruction of what has been built, just some room, some acknowledgement that it is there, some small concession that the excluded part of the self has not been wrong to persist. The unlived life presses back, but it presses back not out of cruelty, out of loyalty, loyal to the person who left it in storage, waiting for them to return. Chapter 29. Projection in daily life. Projection is the mechanism by which what is unacknowledged in the self appears to exist in the world. Jung borrowed the term from psychoanalysis. Freud had described it, but gave it a broader and more specific application. For Freud, projection was primarily a defense mechanism. The person projected an unacceptable wish or impulse onto another person in order to avoid acknowledging it in themselves. Jung agreed with this, but extended the concept. He argued that projection was not only a defense, it was a natural consequence of the unconscious's existence. If something is unconscious, if a quality, a fear, a desire, a capacity exists in the psyche but is not recognized by the ego, It does not simply remain neutral, it projects. It seeks confirmation and container in the outer world. The unacknowledged quality finds a host. The host appears to carry the quality. The person responds to the quality in the host with an intensity that is disproportionate to the host's actual significance. And the disproportionality is the signal. An unusually strong reaction, positive or negative, to another person is often a projection. The person who irritates you with a precision that goes beyond their actual behavior, the characteristic in a colleague that makes you unreasonably impatient, the quality in a public figure that produces in you a contempt that feels almost personal. Or, on the other side, the idealization, the person in whom you see, at first meeting, a remarkable collection of virtues. The mentor who seems to embody everything you aspire to. The romantic partner in whom you perceive a depth and completeness that later, seen more clearly, is bewildering in its inaccuracy. Both are projections. Both are aspects of your own psyche appearing in another person's form. Marie-Louise von Franz spent decades studying projection and its withdrawal. She found that the withdrawal of a projection was one of the most significant and most difficult events in psychological development. Because the projection, while it is in place, organizes experience. It gives the world a shape. Here is the good, here is the bad, here is what I admire, and here is what I despise. When the projection is withdrawn, when you see with some clarity that the quality you hated in the other was yours, or the quality you worshipped was yours, the world briefly loses its shape. And that disorientation is one of the most reliable markers of real psychological growth. Feel your breath. Notice the rise and fall. Let the room be quiet around you. A man named Roger, 62, had for years maintained an intense, sustained dislike of a colleague. The colleague was, by most accounts, a reasonable enough person. But in Roger's experience, the colleague was everything that was wrong with the professional culture: careless, self-promoting, willing to take credit that was not his due. Roger had spent years documenting this, in his mind, with great precision. His analyst asked, at some point, what would it mean about you if you shared even a small number of those qualities? Roger was silent for a long time, then very quietly said, "It would mean that I am not the person I have always thought I was." His analyst said, "And if that were true?" Roger was quiet again. "Then I suppose I would have to start from somewhere else." The projection onto the colleague had been maintaining a comfortable self-image. A story in which Roger was careful and his colleague was careless. Roger was generous and his colleague was self-promoting. Roger was scrupulous and his colleague was not. The story made Roger legible to himself. The story also prevented him from seeing the qualities he shared, the ambition, the need for recognition, the occasional willingness to shape a narrative in his favor. When the projection began to lift, it lifted in the direction of Roger's own psychology, not in absolution of the colleague, in the simpler direction of Roger becoming more complete. Projection in daily life is not a pathology. It is the ordinary operation of an unconscious mind in a world full of people who are useful screens for what we cannot yet face in ourselves. The work is not to eliminate projection. That is not possible. It is to become curious about it, to ask when a reaction is disproportionate, what does this tell me about the part of myself that I am not yet looking at? That question, asked gently and without self-punishment, is one of the most useful tools the Jungian tradition offers. Chapter 30. The shadow wants admission. The shadow does not want to destroy you. This is the misunderstanding that makes shadow work sound more dramatic and more dangerous than it usually is. The shadow wants admission. It wants to be acknowledged. It wants to be seen by the person who is carrying it, so that it can stop operating in the dark and become instead something that the conscious person can work with. Jung described the shadow as the inferior personality, the collection of qualities, impulses, and potentials that the ego has rejected as inconsistent with its self-image. Not always dark qualities, often qualities that were simply inconvenient, the sensitivity that did not fit the toughness required, the playfulness that did not fit the seriousness required, the anger that did not fit the kindness required, the ambition that did not fit the humility required. The shadow is whatever could not be present in the persona, and its content is therefore highly personal. Two people with very similar lives and very similar personas may have very different shadows, because the shadow is precisely what each person's particular self-image excluded. This is why shadow work cannot be done from a generic template. You cannot read a list of shadow characteristics and identify yours by recognition. The shadow is not a set of universal dark qualities. It is the specific residue of your specific life, organized specifically around what your specific self-image could not accommodate. What you can do is notice the signals, the disproportionate reaction, the strong judgment, the quality in others that produces in you an almost physical disgust or an almost physical envy. These are, in the Jungian reading, reliable indicators of shadow material. Not proof, but pointers. Edward Edinger, in Ego and Archetype, described what he called shadow encounters, moments in analysis or in life when the person comes face to face with the shadow material in a way that is direct enough to work with. He observed that these moments were almost always uncomfortable, sometimes deeply so, because the shadow material, when seen, challenges the self-image. And the self-image, invested in years of careful construction, does not yield gracefully. He also observed that the discomfort was followed, in the cases that went well, by something unexpected. Not pride, not satisfaction, a kind of relief, the specific relief of not having to maintain an exclusion any longer. Let your body soften, let the muscles of your shoulders release. Here, in the dark, no exclusions are required. A woman named Catherine, 60, came to analysis following what she described as a strange experience of recognition. She had been at a dinner party and had watched a woman across the table behave with what Catherine experienced as shocking selfishness, taking the conversation's center, redirecting attention with a skill that looked like charm but was, Catherine felt, actually manipulation. Catherine had found herself unable to stop thinking about the woman, not with simple dislike, with something more complex, an almost obsessive attention to the details of the behavior, a feeling of moral indignation that persisted days after the dinner. Her analyst noted the intensity and then asked, "Is there anything about the woman's behavior that you recognized?" Catherine said, "Recognized? No. I found it entirely foreign." Her analyst asked, "Have you ever wanted what the woman was taking?" Catherine was very still, then said, "I have wanted to be seen. Yes, very much." The shadow was not the selfishness. The shadow was the need for attention that Catherine had rejected in herself as incompatible with her self-image as a person who did not require recognition. She had managed the need so completely for so long that she genuinely experienced it as foreign. But the intensity of her reaction to the woman at the dinner was the shadow signaling, "This is yours." The work was not to enact the shadow, not to become the woman at the dinner. The work was simply to stop regarding the need for recognition as something that could only be permitted in other people. The shadow wants admission. Nothing more dramatic than that. And admission, offered quietly and without self-punishment, changes what the shadow does. It does not disappear, but it stops running the show from the basement. Chapter 31. Consciousness needs opposition. There is a principle embedded in Jungian psychology that is so fundamental it is almost invisible. The way air is invisible to the person breathing it. Consciousness requires something to be conscious against. Not an enemy, not an adversary in any combative sense, but a resistance, a counterweight, an opposite that keeps the conscious attitude from expanding until it occupies everything and, in occupying everything, loses the distinction that makes it meaningful. Jung drew this from Heraclitus again, and from a broader tradition of thinking about opposites, from the yin and yang of Taoist philosophy, which he studied, to the dialectical tradition in Western philosophy running from Heraclitus through Hegel. The idea across all these traditions was not that opposites are merely different, they are mutually constituting. The dark defines the light. The silence defines the sound. The still defines the moving. In psychology, this means that a consciousness without genuine opposition, without the friction of the unconscious pressing against it, the shadow challenging it, the inferior function complicating its certainties, is not a strong consciousness. It is an inflated one. It has expanded to fill the available space, and in filling the space, lost the self-awareness that comes from encountering something that is not itself. Jung saw this in what he called psychological inflation, the state in which a person becomes identified with an archetype or an idea to a degree that they lose their ordinary humanness. The priest who becomes identified with God's authority rather than with his own limited human perspective. the political leader who loses the capacity to distinguish between their own judgment and the voice of destiny, the therapist who forgets that they are a flawed human being rather than a vessel of healing. These are extreme examples, but the dynamic operates at every scale. The person who is always right, the person whose emotional state determines the temperature of every room, the person whose certainty about how the world works is so complete that the evidence of its incompleteness can never quite reach them. This is consciousness without opposition. And it is not a strong state, it is a brittle one, invulnerable from the outside because it never lets the outside in, and therefore unable to grow, unable to learn, unable to respond to the genuine complexity of the life it is moving through. Let your jaw soften. Let your breath find its own rhythm. Nothing is required of you in this moment but this. Kierkegaard wrote in Either Or, published in 1843, his first major work, that the aesthetic person who moves through life on the surface of experience is condemned to a particular kind of boredom. Not the boredom of having nothing to do, the boredom of having nothing to encounter. Because when everything is managed, everything is familiar. And when everything is familiar, there is no genuine experience. Only the confirmation of what was already known. The opposition, the thing that pushes back, the feeling that won't be categorized, the dream that refuses the interpretation, the relationship that requires more than management, these are not failures of the project. They are the project. They are what keeps consciousness honest. James Hillman, who disagreed with much of what he considered mainstream Jungian orthodoxy and spent considerable intellectual energy being a productive thorn in its side, made an observation that applies here. He said that the soul's deepest hunger is not for peace, it is for encounter, for meeting something genuinely other than itself. Peace that is merely the absence of opposition is not peace, it is stagnation. Genuine peace is what you find on the other side of encounter, after the thing that resisted has been fully met. The opposition in this reading is not the enemy of the life you want, it is the path to it. The thing that keeps consciousness from hardening into certainty and becoming something that can no longer receive. Tonight, the dark is the opposition, the quiet is the opposition. Everything you cannot control about the next hour is the opposition. And in the presence of what you cannot control, something in you can finally soften. Chapter 32. Why certainty becomes dangerous. In the autumn of 1934, Jung gave a series of lectures at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich. He was working through the material that would eventually become the basis of his major work on the archetypes and the collective unconscious. The lecture halls were full. He was, at 59, one of the most recognized psychologists in Europe. He said something in those lectures that is easy to miss if you are listening for the famous ideas. He said, "The greatest psychological danger is not ignorance, it is the certainty that prevents learning." He had watched this in his patients for 30 years. And he had watched it with greater alarm in the broader cultural and political movements of his era. The 1930s in Europe were a time of certainties. Ideological certainties, national certainties, racial certainties. The certainty of movements that knew exactly what was wrong with the world and exactly who was to blame. Jung made the psychological argument, not the political one, though the political conclusions were implicit, that mass certainty of this kind was the product of individual psychological splitting projected onto the collective level. Each person carrying their own shadow found in the movements of certainty a sanctioned place to deposit it. The movement said, "The shadow is not yours, the shadow is theirs. Here is who the enemy is. Here is what must be destroyed. This is projection at civilizational scale." And it is made possible by the individual's own certainty, the certainty that their self-image is accurate, that what they have excluded from themselves is genuinely foreign, that the thing they cannot bear in themselves is safely located in the other. Certainty, in this analysis, is not strength. It is the refusal of the shadow's admission. It is the persona grown so hard that it cannot be questioned. It is the ego's way of protecting its investment by making the investment unquestionable. The genuinely mature person, in Jung's understanding, the person who has made at least some progress in the individuation process, holds their convictions with a different quality, not with less commitment, with more awareness of the commitment's limits, more willingness to encounter evidence that complicates the picture, more capacity to say, "I was wrong about that. I had not considered this. The picture is more complex than I believed. Let your body be heavy. Let the night be quiet. This is not the hour for certainties. It is the hour for the quiet that lives beneath them." Irvin Yalom observed that the patients who remained most defended against psychological growth were almost uniformly those who had the most to lose from uncertainty, whose identity, professional, moral, familial, depended on a set of certainties that, if questioned, would require rebuilding something they could not afford to rebuild. The cost of uncertainty was too high. He was not unsympathetic to this. The cost is real. You cannot ask a 60-year-old to dismantle their entire self-image on the basis of a theoretical argument about the shadow, however compelling. The self-image has history. It has relationships attached to it. It has commitments that other people are depending on. But he distinguished between certainty that protects a life and certainty that prevents a life from being fully lived. The first is a reasonable accommodation to complexity. The second is a form of suffering that masquerades as strength. The person who cannot doubt their own goodness is carrying a burden. The person who cannot question their own conclusions is isolated from their own best learning. The person who cannot say, "I don't know," has cut off one of the most important sources of genuine intelligence available. Uncertainty, held with some stability, is not weakness. It is the sign of a consciousness that has encountered something it cannot reduce and has chosen, rather than forcing a reduction, to remain in the encounter. Jung called this the willingness to not know. He considered it one of the rarest and most valuable psychological capacities. The room is dark. The night is uncertain in all the ways nights are. And this, for now, is sufficient. Chapter 33. The Self Beyond the Ego. We have been moving through this long night in a consistent direction. From the surface, the persona, the role, the functioning self, toward something underneath, something older and less articulate, something that does not speak in the language of plans and decisions, but in the language of feeling and image and the quiet pressure of what has been left unattended. Jung had a name for the organizing principle of this deeper territory. He called it the Self, with a capital S to distinguish it from the ordinary lowercase self of everyday experience. The self, in Jung's understanding, is not the ego. It is not the conscious person who makes decisions and maintains relationships and goes through the ordinary commerce of a life. It is the totality of the psyche, conscious and unconscious, known and unknown, developed and potential, everything that the person is and everything that the person could become. This is a large concept. Jung was aware of how large it was, and he was careful, more careful than many of his followers, about not over-defining it. He said the self was an archetype, not a thing to be grasped directly, but a tendency, a movement in the psyche toward integration and wholeness that could be detected in its effects, even when it could not be directly observed. He described the self as the center and circumference of the psyche. The ego is the center of consciousness, the organizing point of what you know yourself to be. The self is both the center of the whole psyche, including the unconscious and its circumference, the largest container. The ego relates to the self the way a small circle relates to a much larger one that contains it. The ego is real. The ego's concerns are real. But the ego is not the whole story. The self is the whole story. Edward Edinger, working in the Jungian tradition in New York in the 1960s and 1970s, devoted much of his career to what he called the ego-self axis, the relationship between the conscious person and this larger organizing principle. He argued that healthy psychological development was not the triumph of the ego over the self, nor the dissolution of the ego into the self, but the maintenance of a living, flexible, responsive relationship between them. The ego that is too disconnected from the self, too insulated by persona and role, and the management of daily function, loses its grounding. It becomes efficient and hollow. It performs its tasks with skill and feels nothing in particular about performing them. The ego that is overwhelmed by the self, flooded by unconscious material it has not integrated, lost in the depths without the structure the ego provides, loses its coherence. It cannot function. It cannot maintain the relationships and commitments that a life requires. The healthy ego-self axis is the balance. The ego remains functional. The self remains present. The two are in dialogue. Let the breath be soft. Let the body be heavy. Let the mind follow wherever it wants to go without pulling it back. Erich Neumann described the experience of self as a felt sense of meaning, not the intellectual understanding of why something is meaningful, the felt sense. The quality of being alive that is present when you are, for whatever reason, in contact with what actually matters to you. Most people have experienced this. A moment in nature when something in the landscape produced an unexpected feeling of being in the right place. A piece of music that arrived precisely at the right moment and seemed to say, without words, something that needed to be said. A conversation in which you were genuinely heard, and the experience of being heard was almost physical in its relief. These are moments of contact with the self, brief, not dramatic, but qualitatively different from the ordinary functional running of the day. Jung believed that a life could be organized, at least partly, around increasing these moments, not as peak experiences to be chased, as an orientation toward depth that, gradually, makes the ordinary moments of life slightly more present and slightly more real. The self is not a destination, it is a direction. And this night, in this particular quiet, you are already moving in it. Chapter 34. Individuation is not self-improvement. There is a word that appears in many translations and popularizations of Jung that does not belong there. The word is become, as in individuation is the process by which you become your true self. Become who you really are. Become whole. Jung did not quite say this, and the difference matters. He said, individuation is the process by which you realize, in the sense of making real, of bringing into actual existence the specific person you already are, not a better version, not a more evolved version, the specific one, with the specific constellation of gifts and limitations and wounds and potentials that belong to this particular life and no other. This is importantly different from self-improvement. Self-improvement implies a template, a better person that you are aspiring to become, and a gap between where you are and where you should be. The self-improvement project is organized around the gap, around the inadequacy that the improvement addresses. Individuation does not begin with a gap, it begins with a recognition of what is already present, of what has always been there but perhaps never been attended to, of the self that preceded the persona, that exists beneath the adaptations, that persists despite the one-sidedness. Marion Woodman was emphatic about this distinction in her work. She saw, in the culture of women she worked with in the 1970s and 1980s, a pervasive self-improvement project that was disguised as psychological growth. The project of becoming a better person, more organized, more accomplished, more serene, more effective, more attractive. These projects were not wrong in themselves, but they were organized almost always around the same structural problem as the perfectionism we discussed earlier. They were organized around fixing what was insufficient rather than realizing what was already real. She wrote in Leaving My Father's House in 1992 that the deepest work she had done with clients involved helping them stop improving and start inhabiting. Stop constructing a better self and start living in the actual one. This is more difficult than it sounds, because the actual self, unimproved, is often uncomfortable to inhabit. It contains the things that didn't fit, the sensitivity that was inconvenient, the anger that was socially difficult, the grief that was too big, the need that was embarrassing, the longing that was not permitted. Individuation asks you to inhabit all of it, not to enact all of it, not to become governed by the anger or lost in the grief, but to allow it to be present, to be part of the picture, to stop the exclusion. Feel the weight of your body. This body, with whatever it carries, with whatever its history, with whatever it holds that has never been acknowledged. This specific body, this specific person, here in the dark. Jung wrote in Memories, Dreams, Reflections about his work at Bollingen as a form of individuation. The stone tower, the manual labor, the things he carved and built with his own hands. He said that the work at Bollingen was not separate from his intellectual and clinical life. It was its anchor. It kept the intellectual work from floating off into abstraction by providing a continuous contact with the physical, the sensory, the irreducible concreteness of matter. He was individuating at Bollingen, not becoming a better version of Carl Jung, being more fully the one he already was. The distinction seems subtle. It is not. The self-improvement project can run indefinitely because there is always more to improve. It produces the person who is always in process, always working on themselves, always one breakthrough away from being okay. Individuation does not produce this. It produces slowly, imperfectly, with many reversals, the experience of being, with increasing frequency and depth, actually here, in this life, in this body, as this person. Not a destination, a practice. And practice does not require perfection. It requires only the willingness to return again and again to what is actually present. Chapter 35. The Wound of Inner Division. There is a quality of suffering that is specific to the divided person, not the suffering of loss or failure, which has a clear cause and a clear object. The suffering of the person who carries within themselves two things that cannot be reconciled with each other and who is required daily and indefinitely to manage the tension between them. The mother who loves her children completely and with equal completeness sometimes wishes she had made a different choice. The husband who is genuinely devoted to his marriage and genuinely mourning a version of himself that the marriage required him to leave behind. The professional who finds real meaning in their work and real desolation in the life the work has required them to lead. These are not problems to be solved. They are conditions to be carried. The wound of inner division is the wound of a life complex enough to contain genuine contradictions. Jung saw this clearly. He was in many ways himself a profoundly divided person. He was a scientist and a mystic, a rationalist, and a man who kept in the lower rooms of his stone tower at Bollingen a series of ritual objects, alchemical drawings, carved inscriptions, images, that had no place in the scientific world he also inhabited. He maintained throughout his life a formal marriage to Emma Jung and a complex, enduring relationship with Tony Wolff that caused genuine pain to everyone involved and that he never fully resolved. He did not present himself as a model of personal integration. He was aware that the life he described in theory was not one he had achieved in practice. He said, toward the end, that he was fortunate to have had patients who kept him honest about his own psychology. This is one of the things that makes him trustworthy. He was not offering a system of wholeness that he himself embodied. He was pointing at a direction he was also moving in, also failing to fully reach, also returning to after each retreat. The wound of inner division does not require a cure, it requires a relationship. Donald Winnicott, in his later work, wrote about what he called the capacity to be alone in the presence of another. This is the state of being with another person without needing to perform for them, without needing to be seen in a particular way, without the ordinary labor of social maintenance. He found that people who had never developed this capacity, who were always in some degree of performance, even in intimate relationships, had the most difficulty integrating their own contradictions. Because integration requires the kind of quiet, unguarded self-presence that performance prevents. Let your body be soft. Let your mind wander where it wants to wander. There is no performance required in this particular dark, at this particular hour. A man named Samuel, 63, had been both a successful architect and, in the private hours of his life, a man of deep religious conviction. He had never fully integrated these. At work, he was secular, empirical, precise. At home, he observed practices, Jewish prayers, Sabbath, certain rituals of mourning and gratitude that would have seemed foreign to his professional colleagues. He did not experience this as hypocrisy. He experienced it as division. Two genuine things that did not speak to each other, that occupied separate rooms in his life and never met. His analyst asked, "What would happen if they met?" Samuel said, "I think one of them would lose." His analyst said, "Perhaps. Or perhaps each would become more itself in the presence of the other." Samuel sat with this for a long time, then said, "The designs I love most are the ones where the tension is visible in the structure, where you can see what the building is working against." His analyst said, "Yes. The wound of inner division is also, held with enough care and patience, the source of a particular kind of strength, the strength of a person who knows contradiction from the inside. Who can hold two things that do not resolve and remain present anyway? Who has learned, through the necessity of their own dividedness, that the tolerance of complexity is not a weakness? It is one of the harder gifts the Psyche offers. Chapter 36. Emotional Healing Through Integration. Integration is not a dramatic event. People who have read about shadow work or who have encountered Jungian ideas through popular culture sometimes expect it to be. They expect a moment of revelation, the insight that changes everything.
the understanding that resolves the division and produces, on the other side, a person who is now whole.
This is not how integration typically works. Jung described integration as a process of gradually increasing the range of what consciousness can include without being overwhelmed. Not a destination, not a moment, a slowly expanding circle. A little more of the shadow each year. A little more of the inferior function. A little more of the unlived life, given some room to exist. In memories, dreams, reflections, he wrote about the years following his break with Freud, the disorientation, the visions, the Red Book. He said the process of working with that material changed him, not all at once, over years. He was not the same person at 70 that he had been at 40, but the change had not arrived as revelation. It had arrived as accumulation. Small encounters with the material he had been avoiding, small adjustments to the one-sidedness, small admissions of what had been excluded, each one barely noticeable. All of them together across decades, producing something that looked from the outside like transformation. Bessel van der Kolk's research on trauma healing suggests that the mechanism of integration, even at the neurological level, is gradual rather than sudden. The nervous system does not reorganize in response to insight. It reorganizes in response to repeated experience. The experience of safety, of being received, of encountering the difficult material in a context that does not overwhelm. This repeated experience, over time, changes the actual physical structure of the neural pathways involved. The healing is in the repetition, in the returning, in the willingness to encounter the difficult thing one more time, slightly more gently than before, with slightly more of the self available. Let your breath be soft and even. Feel the weight of your body. The room is still. Nothing is required. Well, a woman named Margaret, 65, had spent 15 years in Jungian analysis. She came originally in her 50s following the death of her daughter, a loss of the kind that is, in an ordinary way, unsurvivable, and that she had, in the only available way, survived. She had worked, slowly, with everything the loss had opened: the grief, the guilt, the anger, the questions about meaning that could not be answered, the relationship to her surviving children, which the loss had both deepened and complicated. She told her analyst at the end of their work that she was not healed, that she never expected to be healed, that healed was not the right word for what she was. She said, "I think the right word is larger. I am larger than I was. There is more of me present than there was before I lost her." Her analyst said, "I think that is the most accurate description of integration I have ever heard." This is what emotional healing through integration looks like in actual lives. Not the absence of the wound, its conversion into depth. The experience that was too large to be carried as it was becomes, through the long work of allowing it to be what it is, a source of capacity rather than only of pain. Not always, not completely, not without cost, but enough. Enough to be present in a life that contains the full truth of what has been experienced, enough to be, as Margaret said, larger. Enough to stop managing the wound and to begin, finally, to live alongside it. Jung called this the transcendent function, not transcendence in the religious sense, but the capacity of the psyche to produce, from the encounter between consciousness and the unconscious, something new that neither could have reached alone. The transcendent function is not magic. It is what happens when you stop fighting the division and begin, with whatever patience you have available, to hold both sides. In the holding, something loosens. And the loosening, gradually, is enough. Chapter 37. Childhood Patterns in Adult Minds. The patterns that run through an adult life were most often established before the adult had any conscious relationship to what they were learning. This is not a new observation. Freud made it, Adler made it, Bowlby made it with particular precision. The first years of life, before language provides a structure for organizing experience, deposit a set of fundamental assumptions about the world that operate in adulthood without the adult's awareness that they are operating at all. Jung's contribution to this understanding was not to contradict it, but to place it within a larger frame. The childhood patterns are real. They are powerful. They shape the adult in ways that are often more decisive than anything that happens later. But they are not the whole story, and they are not a destiny. He wrote in a 1927 paper called Woman in Europe about what he considered the most significant difference between his approach and Freud's. Freud, he said, looked backward at the history that produced the symptom. His own approach was to look backward and forward simultaneously. The symptom has a history, yes, but it also has a direction. It is pointing at something as well as originating in something. The childhood pattern that produces anxiety in social situations is real, but it is also, in the Jungian frame, pointing at a capacity that has not yet been developed. The anxiety is not only the residue of past experience, it is the forward pressure of a potential that the past made difficult to realize. John Bowlby's attachment theory, which he developed from the 1950s through the 1980s, provided perhaps the most rigorous clinical account of how early relational patterns persist into adult life. He described 4 main attachment patterns: secure, anxious ambivalent, avoidant, and disorganized, and found that these patterns, established in the first year of life in relation to the primary caregiver, were remarkably stable across the lifespan and remarkably predictive of adult relationship patterns. The infant who learned that distress would be reliably met became, on average, the adult who could communicate needs directly and receive comfort without excessive anxiety. The infant who learned that distress would sometimes be met and sometimes not became, on average, the adult who was vigilantly attentive to signs of abandonment in relationships. The infant who learned that distress would not be met became, on average, the adult who did not register distress consciously and maintained relationships at a managed distance. These patterns are not sentences. Bowlby himself was clear that they were probabilities, not certainties. That awareness of the pattern created the possibility of working with it. That relationship, a new relational experience that was consistently different from the original, could, over time, update the pattern. Let your body be soft. Let the breath be easy. Nothing asks for perfect. A man named Robert, 67, had been, by his own description, a difficult person to be close to. He had known this about himself for decades. He was not unkind. He was not absent, but he maintained a quality of reserve that the people closest to him found in their most honest moments isolating. In late life, following his retirement and then his wife's cancer diagnosis, a cancer she survived, but that required 2 years of intensive treatment, he found himself, for the first time, not able to manage the reserve. He was frightened, in a way that he could not rationalize or contain. And in the presence of that fear, he was also present in his marriage, in a way he had not been before. Present without the management, without the calibrated distance. His wife told him later, "Those 2 years were the first time I felt like you were actually with me." He said, "I think I was too frightened to be anywhere else." The childhood pattern, the avoidance strategy that had organized his adult relationships, required a disruption large enough that it could not be maintained. The cancer, terrible as it was, provided the disruption. Jung would have recognized this. The pattern was real. The pattern had a purpose. And the pattern, when circumstances created sufficient pressure, revealed itself as a pattern rather than a fact, as something that could, if not dissolve, then at least give way. The childhood patterns in adult minds are not who you are, they are how you learn to be safe. And sometimes, when safety is guaranteed by something other than the pattern can rest. Chapter 38. Why the body carries symbol. Now we can name the third thing we planted at the beginning of the night. We said, there is something the body knows before the mind admits it. Tonight we listen. Jung believed, and the neuroscience that arrived a century after his major writings has largely confirmed, that the psyche is not a separate realm from the body. It is embodied. It lives in the body. It processes through the body. And when the mind is not available or not willing, the body carries the material that needs to be carried. This is not mysticism. It is observational. Watch a person describe a situation that produces fear they will not consciously acknowledge. The hands tighten, the breath shallows, the shoulders rise slightly. The body knows before the mind admits. Watch a person describe a loss they have resolved, intellectually but not emotionally processed. The voice changes register. The eyes shift. A quality enters the face that was not there a moment before. The body knows. Jung took this further than most clinicians of his era were willing to go. He believed the body was not only a register of psychological content, but a carrier of symbolic material. That symptoms, physical symptoms, without obvious organic cause, often encoded in the language of the body, material that the person could not access through more direct channels. This is what Marion Woodman meant when she spoke of body as symbol. The body does not lie in the way the mind does. The mind has elaborate mechanisms for managing, reframing, rationalizing, and containing. The body's mechanisms are simpler and, in some ways, more direct. A tight throat that appears in situations of unexpressed need. Chronic shoulder tension that correlates in a clinical narrative with years of carrying responsibility alone. Headaches that appear reliably before high-stakes interactions. Insomnia at the transition between day and night, the threshold moment when the managing self must release control. Bessel van der Kolk's research throughout the 1990s and 2000s provided the neurological foundation for what Jung had observed clinically. He found that the body encodes traumatic and emotionally overwhelming experience in ways that bypass the hippocampus, the brain structure associated with narrative memory. The result is that the experience is stored not as a coherent story, but as a set of physical sensations, sensory triggers, and autonomic responses. The body remembers what the story could not hold. Feel your body now, not analytically. Just notice where it is tense and where it is released, where it is warm and where it is cool, where it is comfortable and where there is something that is not quite comfortable. This is not a therapy exercise. It is simply an act of attention, of listening to what is there. A woman named Diana, 59, had developed in her early 50s a condition that her doctors described as tension-type headache syndrome, chronic. Not debilitating, but present, arriving as she began to notice with a specific pattern. The headaches were worst on Sunday evenings, and on the mornings of days when she had difficult conversations scheduled. And in the hours following interactions with her mother-in-law, which she had for 25 years managed with perfect patience and apparent ease. Her doctor suggested stress reduction. Her therapist, when she described the pattern, asked, "What is it that you feel just before a conversation with your mother-in-law?" Diana thought for a long time, then said, "Nothing. I have learned not to feel anything." Her therapist said, "And the headache?" Diana was very quiet. The body was carrying the nothing. The feeling that could not be felt, the frustration, the unexpressed longing for a different relationship, the accumulated weight of years of managed patience was going somewhere. The body had volunteered. When Diana began, very slowly, to give the feeling some conscious room, not to act on it, not to produce dramatic confrontations, but to simply acknowledge it existed, the headaches, over a period of months, decreased. The body, relieved of its assignment, could rest. This is what the body carries, not punishment. Evidence. Evidence of what has been present and not yet received. The body has been patient with you. It can wait a little longer. Chapter 39. Loneliness of the Divided Person. The loneliness of the divided person is a specific kind of loneliness. Not the loneliness of social isolation, which is painful, but has an obvious cause and an obvious remedy. More connection, more presence, more people. The loneliness of the divided person persists in company. It is present in marriages, in families, in professional communities of genuine mutual respect. It is the loneliness of being among people who know you well, who care for you genuinely, and who do not know, who could not know, because you have not allowed them access the parts of you that carry the most weight. Irvin Yalom wrote about this with particular precision in Existential Psychotherapy, published in 1980. He distinguished between what he called interpersonal isolation, the ordinary loneliness of insufficient connection, and intrapersonal isolation, the loneliness of being estranged from parts oneself. He argued that intrapersonal isolation was at the root of most of the loneliness he encountered clinically. People who were genuinely well-connected, who had real friendships and real loves, but who experienced a persistent, unexplained loneliness that no amount of connection could address. Because the parts of them that were most in need of connection were the parts they had not allowed to be present in any of their connections. This is the loneliness of the divided person. The shadow and the inferior function and the unlived life and the unexpressed grief and the unacknowledged need, these parts are isolated not from other people but from the person themselves. And since they are isolated from the person, they cannot be brought into relationship, they cannot be met. Jung described this in a late essay as the essential solitude of the individuation process, not the solitude of someone who prefers to be alone, the solitude of someone engaged in work that, by its nature, cannot be done for you. The encounter with your own psyche is, finally, an encounter that only you can have. Other people can accompany you. The analyst, the trusted friend, the writer whose book lands at the right moment, the teacher whose observation changes the angle, but they can only accompany. They cannot do the encounter in your place. Let your breath settle. Let the room hold you in the quiet way rooms can when you are no longer asking anything of them. A man named Philip, 64, was someone his family described as the life of the party. He was genuinely funny. He had a gift for finding the lightness in any situation. He was warm and physically affectionate and reliably present at the events that mattered to the people he loved. He came to his analyst with what he described as a secret I've never told anyone. He was deeply, persistently, inexplicably sad. Not all the time, but reliably at certain hours. Before sleep, after large social gatherings, in the car driving home from events at which he had been genuinely happy. His analyst asked, "Who in your life knows about this sadness?" Philip said, "No one. I think I have always believed that if I let it be seen, the other thing, the warmth, the humor, the belonging, would stop." His analyst said, "You have been protecting the relationship with other people at the cost of the relationship with yourself." Philip sat with this, then said, "I think I have been lonely for a very long time." His analyst said, "I think you have." The divided person is loyal. They maintain the half that works. They protect the people they love from the half that they believe would be too much. And in the protection, they are alone with the very thing that most needs company. The sadness did not need fixing. It needed acknowledgement. And acknowledgement, it turned out, was a form of company that Philip had not known how to provide to himself. That evening, Leaving the session, he cried in the car on the way home. Not from distress, from relief. The relief of a part of the self that had been waiting patiently to finally be someone's company, even if the only someone was himself. Chapter 40. The Psyche Seeks Wholeness. If there is a single sentence in Jung's corpus that he returned to most consistently across the most different contexts, in the most different forms, it might be this: the psyche seeks wholeness. Not happiness, not comfort, not safety, precisely. Not the avoidance of suffering, not the achievement of any particular goal. Wholeness, the inclusion of the full range. The integration of what has been divided, the return of what has been excluded. He observed this in dreams, where the compensatory material arrived reliably in response to one-sidedness. He observed it in symptoms, where the psyche communicated through the body what the mind would not admit. He observed it in the patterns of projection and enantiodromia, and the turning of feeling primitive. All of these were the psyche seeking, by whatever channel was available, to restore a balance that consciousness had disrupted. The seeking is not always comfortable. The direction is not always obvious. The process is often confused with its opposite, with breakdown rather than adjustment, with chaos rather than correction. But the direction, seen across enough time and with enough perspective, is consistent. Toward the more complete, toward the less excluded, toward the self that contains more of what it is to be human. Marie-Louise von Franz spent decades studying fairy tales and myth precisely because she believed these ancient stories encoded in their plots and characters and images the psychological truth of the wholeness-seeking process. The hero who must travel underground and encounter the monster is the ego encountering the shadow. The sleeping beauty who must be wakened by love is the anima, the unconscious feminine in a man's psyche, seeking activation. The youngest of three brothers who succeeds where the older two fail is the inferior function, underestimated and overlooked, who carries the key that the dominant functions could not find. She was not being literal. She was saying that these stories have survived because they describe something true. The patterns of the psyche, its drive toward wholeness, its compensatory mechanisms, the necessity of the encounter with what has been excluded, are ancient patterns. They were observed and encoded long before the clinical vocabulary existed to name them, and they are still operating in your psyche, as in every psyche, every night, whether or not you are attending to them. Feel the weight of your body. Let the breath be slow. The night is deep now, and the ideas are settling. There is no more to follow, only to rest with what is here. The psyche seeks wholeness, not yours specifically, all psyches, including the ones that seem most fragmented, including the ones that seem most resistant, including the ones that have been divided for so long that the division feels like nature. The seeking is there. The drive is there. Patient, persistent, working through whatever channel is open. Tonight, the channel is open. The darkness, the quiet, the absence of demand. The slow dissolving of the day's one-sidedness as the body gives way to sleep and the mind releases its grip on the managed version of itself. The psyche seeks wholeness. And tonight, in this room, in this particular quiet, something small and real is happening in that direction. You do not have to do anything for it to be true. The seeking does its own work. You have only to stop preventing it. And for now, here, you are not preventing it. Let the night do what nights do. Chapter 41. What Jung really meant. Now we can name the warning that most people who study Jung never find. We planted this at the very beginning. It has been present in everything we have said, but it can be named directly now. Jung is often understood as the psychologist of the unconscious, the man who said, "Go deeper, face the shadow, explore the archetypal world." The unconscious is the treasure, and this is not wrong. But it is half of what he meant. The other half, which he returned to in his letters and his late lectures and in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, and in the interview he gave in the garden at Kusnacht in the last weeks of his life, is this. The goal is not the unconscious. The goal is not the shadow. The goal is not the archetype. The goal is the conversation between all of these and the conscious daylight self. Not the depths alone, not the surface alone. The living relationship between them. This means something that the popular inheritance of his work often misses. It means that the person who has done their shadow work and believes themselves to have arrived somewhere at a depth, at an authenticity, at a wholeness that others lack, has made the same error that the overdeveloped persona makes. They have simply made it in a different direction. They have become one-sided in the direction of the unconscious. The same enantiodromia is available. The person who pursues depth to the exclusion of ordinary life and ordinary function and ordinary human relationship, who finds the surface thin and the depths the only real thing, has not escaped one-sidedness. They have relocated it. Jung's warning was not about the unconscious being dangerous. It was about one-sidedness being dangerous wherever it occurs. In the too efficient professional, in the too spiritual seeker, in the too rational scientist, and the too irrational mystic, in the person too committed to health, and the person too committed to experience, and the person too committed to being good, and the person too committed to being authentic. The warning is structural. It applies to every direction, and it suggests something almost paradoxical about psychological maturity. The mature person, in Jung's understanding, is not the person who has arrived somewhere specific. It is the person who has developed the capacity to move, to go toward the depth when the surface has become too thin, to return to the surface when the depth has become too engulfing, to live in neither exclusively and to belong to both. This is very hard. It is, in fact, the hardest thing he describes. It is not a static achievement, but a dynamic practice. A daily, imperfect, never completed negotiation between the self that functions and the self that knows. Let your breath be slow and deep. Let the night hold you in the way only nights can. You have carried this conversation a long distance. James Hollis, who has spent his career translating Jung for contemporary readers, summarizes this with a clarity that I think deserves to be heard. He says, what Jung really meant was that you are larger than you know, that the life you have been living, however full and however successful, is a partial life. That the parts of you that have not yet been present are not failed potentials, they are waiting. And the only question that Jung, in the end, was really asking is this: do you want to meet the whole of who you are? Not in a crisis. Not when the structure collapses and the meeting is forced, but deliberately, gradually, with the patience and courage that genuine encounter requires. Do you want to meet the whole of who you are? This is the question beneath the shadow work and the archetype and the typology and the individuation. This is what Jung really meant, and only you know the answer. Chapter 42. The Quiet Wisdom of Compensation. There is a word that does not travel well. It sounds administrative, technical, like something a tax accountant would say, compensation. But in Jung's understanding, it is one of the most beautiful words in psychology, because it describes the psyche's fundamental loyalty to itself, the refusal to be permanently reduced, the patient, persistent, ingenious work of the whole person to remain whole even when parts of it are not being attended to. The psyche compensates through dreams, through the sudden eruption of feeling, through the body's persistence in carrying what the mind has bypassed, through the inferior function breaking through at inconvenient moments, through the shadow inserting itself into the spaces where it was not invited. All of these can be experienced as disruption, as symptoms, as problems to be managed, or they can be experienced as what they are, the psyche doing its work. The wisdom of a system that does not require your conscious cooperation to continue tending to your completeness. This is what is quiet about it. The compensation does not announce itself. It does not explain. It simply arrives in the dream, in the body, in the feeling that appears without warning and leaves what it carries. If you are listening, you receive it. If you are not listening, it leaves it anyway, in the form of a symptom that continues until the material it was trying to deliver has been received in some other form. Von Franz, in her work on fairy tales, described this compensation in the image of the helper figure, the small, overlooked, often comical character in the old stories who appears at the moment of deepest difficulty and provides exactly what the hero needs. Not through power, through a quality the hero did not know was available. Through precisely the inferior thing the small, the soft, the unexpected. The helper is the psyche's compensation appearing in symbolic form. And in the old stories, the hero who listens to the helper, who overcomes their pride and their certainty long enough to follow an apparently useless piece of advice, is the one who arrives at the ending. The hero who does not listen fails. Feel the weight of your body. Feel the darkness of the room. These are the helpers tonight. The quiet wisdom of the room that does not demand, the weight of the body that reminds you where you are. In late life, Jung wrote in a letter to Victor White, a Dominican friar with whom he corresponded for many years, that the thing he had learned above everything else, across all the clinical work and all the theoretical development and all the personal struggle, was this: the psyche is wiser than we are, not infallible, not the source of all wisdom, but in the direction it moves, in the material it produces, in the compensations it arranges. There is a purposiveness that exceeds what the ego could plan, a direction that, if followed with enough patience and enough humility, takes the person somewhere real. This is the quiet wisdom of compensation, not the dramatic wisdom of the sudden insight. The quiet, patient, persistent wisdom of a system that has been oriented from the beginning toward the fullness of what you are. It is working tonight. In the dreams you will not remember, in the body slowly releasing what the day required it to hold, in the space between waking and sleeping where the categories dissolve and something less managed briefly appears. You do not have to do anything for this to be true. The psyche is already working. It has always been working. Chapter 43. When opposites start speaking. There is a moment in the individuation process, and Jung wrote about this with care because it is easily romanticized and often is, when the two sides of a divided interior begin not to merge, but to communicate, not to agree, not to resolve, to become aware of each other, to acknowledge, across the division, that the other side is there. He called this the activation of the transcendent function, not transcendence as escape, but as the emergence of a third thing from the encounter between two things that seemed irreconcilable. When the thinking type begins to have genuine respect for the feeling function, not as a subordinate, not as a weakness to be managed, but as a genuine source of information about the world that the thinking function alone cannot produce, the person does not become different. They become more fully themselves. The thinking is still present. The feeling is now also present. And from their conversation, something is available that neither alone could offer. This is not a resolution of the opposition. The opposites do not stop being opposite. The tension does not disappear, but the tension becomes productive rather than only painful, generative rather than only costly. The kind of tension that a bow requires to send an arrow, rather than the kind that simply breaks things. Kierkegaard wrote in his journals in the 1840s about what he called the synthesis of the self. Not a synthesis in which opposites are cancelled, the synthesis of compromise. a synthesis in which opposites are held in a relationship that allows both to be fully what they are: freedom and necessity, temporal and eternal, body and spirit, each pair a tension, each tension a source. He was describing, in different language, what Jung would call the conjunctio, the alchemical image of opposites joined. Jung spent years studying alchemy not for its literal chemistry, but for its psychology. He found in the alchemical tradition a symbolic language for the individuation process, specifically for the moment when the divided self begins to move toward an integration that does not eliminate either side. The gold the alchemists were seeking was not literal gold, Jung argued. It was the transformation of the leaden, heavy, unworked material of the psyche into something both more complete and more refined. Not by destroying the base material, but by working with it until its true nature was visible. Let your breath be very soft. The ideas are becoming quieter now, and the night is deepening. In your own life, in whatever specific form the division has taken, there may have been moments of this, when two things that seemed incompatible were present simultaneously, and the presence of both, rather than resolving anything, simply made the picture more honest. The professional who wept at a poem and did not pretend they had not wept. The Stoic who asked for help and found that the asking did not destroy the Stoicism. The controlled who, for one afternoon in a garden or 1 hour in a conversation, simply let what was actually happening be what was actually happening. These are moments when the opposites start speaking. Small moments. Not the dramatic resolution the self-improvement industry promises. The small, irreplaceable moments of a more honest interior life. They accumulate. They do not make the division disappear, but they make the division less lonely. And that, in the end, may be close enough to wholeness to live by. Chapter 44, A Life Less One-Sided. If you are still awake, this is the part I wanted you to hear. The life less one-sided does not look dramatically different from the outside. It does not require a public reversal. It does not demand the abandonment of what has been built. It does not announce itself. It looks like ordinary life, lived at a slightly fuller register. The person who allows themselves on a Tuesday morning to feel what they actually feel, rather than immediately rerouting to management. The person who takes, once a week, 1 hour, that produces nothing and belongs entirely to something that could not be justified. The person who looks at the quality in another person they have always judged and asks quietly and without self-punishment whether they recognize it. The person who tends to something they love and is not sure why they love it and does not need to be sure. The life less one-sided is not a heroic project. It is an incremental one, a series of small openings, each barely perceptible, each adding a small amount of what had been excluded back into what is present. Jung did not describe wholeness as an achieved state. He described it as an approximation, an ongoing movement toward the best available direction for a life, not the destination of that life. Marie-Louise von Franz, toward the end of her own life, was asked by a student what she considered the most important thing she had learned from decades of working with the unconscious. She said, and the student who recorded this is quoted in several books, though the exact words vary, that the most important thing she had learned was that the psyche was on your side. Not against you, not testing you, not punishing you for your one-sidedness, on your side. Trying through every available channel to return you to yourself. This is the posture with which the life less one-sided is possible. Not suspicion of your own depths, not vigilance against your own unconscious trust. Trust that what is pressing and what is compensating and what is dreaming and what is aching is not your enemy, it is the rest of you, the part that has been waiting, the part that is, in its patient and persistent way, working in the same direction you are. Let your body settle. Let your breath be soft and even. Let the room be exactly what it is. A less one-sided life begins with noticing. Not with changing, not with deciding to be different, with noticing that something is there, the feeling that you immediately redirect, the longing that you immediately rationalize, the dream image that stays with you into the morning and that you do not quite get to examine before the day's demands take over. These noticings are the beginning, and the beginning is all that is available right now. Tomorrow there will be demands and structure and the managed efficiency of ordinary life. And within that, perhaps one small opening, one moment of noticing, one brief admission of what the persona did not require. That is enough. That is, in fact, exactly enough. The life less one-sided is built from these moments, one noticing at a time, one small admission of what is there, one slight opening toward the whole. Chapter 45, Resting Beyond the Mask. The persona is not only what you present to the world, it is what you present to yourself. There is a version of your inner life that is also managed. That also runs the material through a filter. That also, when something arises that does not fit the self-image, gently redirects. The inner persona. The story you tell yourself about yourself. The version of your own history that keeps the narrative coherent and the self-image intact. The inner persona. The inner persona. Resting beyond the mask means resting beyond this inner management as well as the outer. Not performing for the world and not performing for yourself. Allowing for the length of a night the unmanaged version of your own interior. This is, strangely, one of the harder things Jung asks of people. Because the inner management is so complete, so habitual, so invisible, that most people are not aware they are doing it. They experience themselves as honestly self-aware, and they are within the range of what the inner management permits. But the range itself is not examined. The room is very quiet now. The night is deep. You do not have to be anyone in particular. Let what is actually there Be there without interpretation, without judgment, without the question of what it means about you that it is there. The feeling, if there is a feeling, the image, if there is an image, the memory that surfaces, if something surfaces. The simple, unmanaged fact of being here, in this body, in this darkness, in this particular life. Beyond the mask, this is what remains. Not something frightening, not something that requires management or interpretation or improvement. Simply the person who was there before all the arrangements were made. The one that all the arrangements were made to protect. Still present, still intact, still here. Winnicott wrote about the true self as not an achievement, but a presence. It does not need to be created. It does not need to be developed. It needs to be allowed, to be in a context safe enough to exist without the false self's protection. This room, at this hour, is safe enough. The mask has done its work today. It will be needed again. But here, now, the night holds something that the mask does not. The unguarded self, the one that breathes without purpose, that rests without earning rest, that exists without justification. Let it be here. Chapter 46. The soul returns to balance. The word balance carries, in ordinary usage, connotations of equality. A scale in equilibrium, two sides cancelling each other out. A careful moderation of everything. Jung did not mean this. He meant something more dynamic, more biological. The balance of a river that is always moving and always the same. The balance of a person walking, not still, but correcting continuously, never quite losing ground. The soul returns to balance not as a fixed state, but as a continuous process. The process of the self-regulating system tending through all its compensations and adjustments and symbolic productions and disruptions toward the inclusion of more of what it is. This process does not stop at death. Jung believed, in his less cautious moments, that the individuation process continued beyond individual life, in the archetypal layer, in the collective unconscious, in whatever it is that human experience deposits in the larger pool of human experience when an individual life is completed. He was not certain of this. He said he was not certain of it. But he found it consistent with what he observed, that the drive toward wholeness in the psyche seemed to exceed, in its ambition and its patience, anything that could be accomplished in a single lifetime. Whether or not this is true, the process is real within a lifetime. The returning to balance is not only for young people, not only for the actively suffering, not only for those in formal analysis or deliberate psychological work. It is the direction of every psyche, available at every age, requiring only the willingness to be less defended than usual. Tonight is an instance of this, a small, temporary, gentle reduction in the defenses. The persona is asleep or resting. The inner management is loosening. The body is releasing what the day required it to hold. The dream world is preparing to do its compensatory work. The soul is returning to balance in the ordinary, undramatic, nightly way. You do not have to do anything to assist. The system is already working. The dream will arrive when it arrives. The body will process what it processes. The unconscious will compensate what it compensates. You have only to stop doing the thing that prevents it. The vigilance, the management, the maintenance of the self-image in the dark. Let the dark be dark. Let the balance return in the way it knows how to return. It has done this every night of your life. It knows how. Chapter 47. A softer consciousness emerges. Something shifts near the end of a long night. Not in the ideas. The ideas are settling now, finding their places, no longer demanding attention. In the quality of attention itself, the grip loosens. The boundary between thinking and not thinking becomes permeable. The body takes on more of the weight. The mind releases. This is not a failure of attention. It is the transition point. The place where the day's mode of consciousness, alert, sequential, purposive, begins to give way to something else. Something older and less articulate. Something that does not move in straight lines. A softer consciousness. Jung wrote in the last year of his life that he had spent 80 years trying to understand the psyche, and that he was less certain at the end than he had been at the beginning. Not less wise, less certain. He had learned enough to know how much he had not understood. He had seen enough to be appropriately humble before what had not been seen. He said he believed the psyche was real, that the images of the unconscious were not random noise but messages from a part of experience that ordinary waking life does not have adequate access to. That the work of attending to them through dream and symbol and the slow, patient practice of sitting with what the ego would rather not sit with was among the most important work a human being could do. He said he was not afraid of death. He said, and this is in the late interviews recorded in the last months of his life in Kusnacht, that he felt more curious than afraid. That the same approach he had taken to the unconscious, the same willingness to encounter what he could not predict or control, seemed available to him in relation to his own ending. The curiosity of the open mind, the trust of the person who has spent a lifetime engaging what the ego cannot fully comprehend. Let your breath be very soft. Let the thoughts come and go without following them. The night is deep now, and you are nearly at its center. The softer consciousness that emerges near sleep is not a diminished consciousness. It is a different one that processes differently, that receives differently. That allows the deeper material of the day and the night to move through without the filtering of the analytical mode. The body is already there. The body has been practicing this softening since the room went dark. The breath has slowed. The muscles have released their holds. The nervous system has shifted by its own intelligence from the alert mode to the rest mode. The mind follows. Slowly. in its own time, releasing the day's grip inch by inch. You are already closer to sleep than you were a chapter ago, closer to the place where the psyche does its nightly work without your supervision, closer to the restored balance of the morning. Something loosens, something releases. The softer consciousness is here. Chapter 48, Sleep Inside the Larger Self. We began tonight in a dark room, a quiet room, one that had gone still in the way rooms go still only after midnight. A room with a particular quality of darkness, neither restful nor alarming. Simply present. You were there. The ceiling was there. The hum of something electrical and the weight of your own stillness. We traveled a long way from that room tonight, through the narrowing of consciousness and the warning that most people never find. Through the persona and the shadow and the inferior function and the unlived life and the compensating dream, through the divided self and its loneliness and its loyalty, through the slow, imperfect, never completed movement toward something less one-sided. And we have returned to the same dark room, the same ceiling, the same quality of stillness. But perhaps the room has changed slightly, or you have changed slightly, in the way that things change when ideas that were always true become, for a moment, present. The psyche seeks wholeness. This was the first thing, and it is the last. It has been seeking wholeness tonight, in you, while you listened and while you drifted and while you followed the ideas and while you let them go. It does not require your conscious assistance. It only requires that you stop for this one night blocking the way. You are not only the person who manages and decides and performs and maintains, you are also the one who dreams. The one who feels what the day did not have room for, the one whose body carries what the mind bypasses, the one whose unconscious tends, patiently and without recognition, to the completeness you have not fully allowed. This is the larger self, the one Jung spent his life pointing at. Not a better version of you, not a transcendent version. The already existing, always present, quietly persistent totality of who you are. Tonight, in this room, you are resting inside it, not managing it, not improving it, not performing for it. Simply here, simply breathing, simply the specific, irreplaceable, fully adequate person that this particular life has produced. The two kinds of one-sidedness have both been named. The warning that no one talks about has been received. The body has been heard, or at least been given permission to speak. The three open threads of the night have found their endings. There is nothing left to follow. Only the dark room, the quiet, the weight of the body, the breath. The larger self does not sleep, but inside it, you can sleep now.